Good morning. My name is Lene Palmisano. I'm the Vice President of the Minneapolis City Council. We have a couple of colleagues who got stuck on their way into the parking garage in kind of an unforeseen thing, but we're going to go ahead and get started. I'll call to order this regular meeting for Thursday, December 7th. This morning we have 3 honorary resolutions to present first, so we'll do that before we take up our regular order of business. We will start with the Human Rights and International Migrants Day resolution, and we have some presenters. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Today we're excited to recognize Human Rights Day and International Migrants Day in the city of Minneapolis. But before we begin, we want to thank Michelle Rivero, Noreen, Sherlanda, Anne DeGroot, Zainab, and Shunu. And sorry if I mispronounced your name, but they all helped, and other folks. And if I missed anybody else, Director Rivero will probably just name them after we read the resolution. Whereas December 10th, 2023 marks the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, a document that recognizes the rights we all hold as members of the human race, which was adopted by the United Nations on December 10th, 1948, and which opens with the words, quotes, "All humans are born free and equal with dignity and rights," and whereas on December 18th, 1990, the United Nations adopted the International Convention on the Protection of All Rights of All Migrant Workers and Members of their Families, which emphasizes the link of migration to fundamental human rights, and
the United States of America is a signatory nation for both of these international agreements, and these dates of recognition offer an opportunity to reflect on, recognize, and highlight ways to advance the rights we all hold as humans and the rights of migrants everywhere, and learning about and advancing the human rights of all residents, including individuals who migrate from their home countries to make new lives in Minneapolis. This is one way to honor the values embodied in the United Nations documents referenced above, and
whereas the City of Minneapolis actively works to promote and foster a welcoming environment for all individuals, regardless of race, ethnicity, or place of origin, gender identity, sexual orientation, or religious affiliation. And whereas the City of Minneapolis is committed to ensuring that all residents have equal access to opportunity, are empowered to overcome adversity, and are able to pursue lives of safety, peace, and prosperity. And whereas in 2023, actions and initiatives taken by the City of Minneapolis that advance the human rights of all residents include continued work to establish the City of Minneapolis as a child-friendly city through the UNICEF Child Friendly Cities initiatives, advancement of immigrant and refugee inclusion goals and strategies through ongoing efforts to welcome newcomers and increase access to immigration legal services, up to and including citizenship application support.
And whereas the Civil Rights Department enforces the city law that protects and advances people's civil rights and human rights. In 2023, the department contracted compliance division has collected $154,000 in back wages for over 54 workers on the city construction contracts. The Complaint Investigations Division throughout mediation has facilitated more than $250,000 in mandatory settlements for victims of discrimination. The Labor Standard Enforcement Division has collected over $1.4 million in back wages while ensuring access to paid sick and fair wages for over 1,300 workers. The Division of Equity and Engagement facilitated the Urban Scholars Pipeline Program, and the Office of Police Conduct Review fosters mutual respect between the Minneapolis Police Department and the community it serves by fairly, objectively, and neutrally investigating complaints. And
Whereas these efforts are only a few of the tangible ways in which the city of Minneapolis works to advance human rights, understood in this country as civil rights, the rights of migrants, and the rights of all residents, ensuring that our city is truly welcoming, and not in just the name, but in the deeds. And whereas worldwide, an estimated 184 million people live outside their country of nationality. In the state of Minnesota, over 480,000 residents were born outside of the United States, and over 63,000 Minneapolitans were born in another country. And
Whereas in 2023, newcomers have arrived in Minneapolis from Colombia, Ecuador, Ethiopia, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, Russia, Senegal, Somalia, Ukraine, and Venezuela, among many other countries. Our newest city residents have the same human rights and basic needs as any other resident of our city, including access to high quality and affordable healthcare, a safe place to live, and access to education, employment opportunities, and free or low-cost legal services. And whereas ensuring access to these basic needs for any resident of the city is a critical way to ensure access for all residents of the city, and is also a tangible way to commit to the human rights and the rights of migrants in our city and in our country. And
And whereas we recognize and express solidarity with individuals who, due to choice or lack of choice, seek safety, freedom, and opportunity in the United States, including individuals, children, and families at and arriving from the United States southern border. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council do hereby recognize December 10th, 2023 as Human Rights Day, and December 18th, 2023 as International Migrants Day in the city of Minneapolis. We further invite city residents to learn about the rights contained in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the International Convention on the Protection of the Rights of All Migrant Workers and Members of their Family.
And then we have a few words from our staff, actually, who are going to talk more about today.
hello, my name is Tate, and I use he, they pronouns, and I work in the Department of Neighborhood and Community Relations. I am honored to speak today about the resolution. First, it should be acknowledged that Minnesota has long been a state that has welcomed newcomers, the number that has only continued to grow when reviewing the census count over the last several decades. A large contribution of the population growth is migrants who have come to the United States. It is important to call out that migrants and displaced people represent some of the most vulnerable and marginalized groups in the world. They are often exploited, have limited access to essential services, and face stigma due to misinformation spread about them. This is not including the long and sometimes dangerous journeys that they take on in the name of starting over in a new land. Despite all of this, migrants have shown to contribute to the development of vitality and resilience in the world. They contribute and show tremendous strength and resilience in the new place that they call home. It is imperative as a city that we recognize on International Migrants Day and every day the contributions and difficult challenges migrants face everywhere.
Hi, everybody. My name is Michelle Rivero. I'm the director of the Office of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs for the city. Thank you to City Council for advancing this resolution and for your commitment to human rights and the rights of migrants. This dedication of resources to advance this important work, again, I'm getting emotional, in this year's budget, including increased staff with an OIRA, is a powerful and much appreciated way to recognize the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights and International Migrants Day. Recognition is also due to city staff across the enterprise. I can't believe I'm getting so emotional, I'm sorry. Including members of the city's Immigrant and Refugee Affinity Group here, and to community partners and to residents who are dedicated to upholding the human rights of Minneapolis residents every single day. Migration is a natural human process. Many of us change our residence throughout our lifetimes, whether to another city or to another country. And making sure that people are able to live lives of safety, of dignity, and opportunity when they relocate to our city and to our country is one way to uphold the rights we all hold as members of the human race. To learn more about migration in the U.S., all are invited to a virtual Immigration 101 session on migration pathways to the U.S. next Friday, December 15th. You can learn more about this and other events on the OIRA Minneapolis website. Thank you all for upholding human rights and the rights of migrants in ways that make Minneapolis a more welcoming city. Thank you very much, and sorry I got emotional.
And then before we formally present this resolution to our staff that are with us today, thank you for joining us again and for helping in writing this resolution and making sure that these important days are recognized in our city. But before we do that, just wanted to thank you all and thank those who helped write this resolution and aren't up here with us. And wanted to say on behalf of myself, Councilmember Chavez, Councilmember Chaudhry, and Councilmember Osman that we are either migrants ourselves or children of migrants, and it is our commitment to our communities to make sure that our work advances the safety, the well-being of all migrants and those affected by migration in our community, and that the staff in this city who belong to these identities, we really see you, we value you, we're so grateful that you're here and serving us and our residents with us. So just wanted to appreciate you for all of your work. Yeah.
Do you want to do a picture?
Thank you, everyone. It's so important to recognize Human Rights Day as well as International Migrants Day. Next, we have two honorary resolutions to recognize the contributions of two of our colleagues. Councilmember Johnson, who represented Ward 12, and Councilmember Goodman, who represented Ward 7. We'll first present the resolutions to our former colleague, Councilmember Johnson, and that resolution will be presented by Councilmembers Koski and Chugtai.
Perfect, excellent.
All right, welcome. All right, we are honoring Councilmember Andrew Johnson for his years of service to the city of Minneapolis. Whereas Andrew Johnson was elected to the Minneapolis City Council in November 2013 to represent the 12th Ward and was reelected in 2017 and 2021, serving the people of Minneapolis for 10 years. And whereas prior to being elected, Councilmember Johnson served as president of the Longfellow Community Council, worked as a systems engineer for Target Corporation, and owned a small business providing information technology services. And whereas during the time he served on the council, he held several leadership positions, including being unanimously elected to a 4-year term as majority leader, as a member of the Executive Committee, chair of the Public Works Committee, chair of the Intergovernmental Relations Committee, chair of the Information Technology Subcommittee, vice chair of the Zoning and Planning Committee, vice chair of the Health, Environment, and Community Engagement Committee, and was a member of nearly all the council's standing committees. And whereas Councilmember Johnson was a lead author of the state's first local paid sick and safe time ordinance, which protected more than 100,000 workers, their families, and the community, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, and helped inspire similar efforts to other jurisdictions and eventually statewide. And whereas Councilmember Johnson established a work group to analyze how emergency calls could be handled more efficiently and effectively by non-sworn personnel, while also freeing police to respond faster to calls where they were needed, This effort directly led to the formation of the Behavioral Crisis Response Team and other initiatives that became critical public safety reform in the wake of George Floyd's murder and subsequent civil unrest.
Whereas Councilmember Johnson was a champion for small businesses, including leading efforts to create the much celebrated Small Business Team, a web portal and guides to encourage entrepreneurs and demystify regulations, cross-departmental trainings to improve the experience for entrepreneurs while interacting with the city, eliminating dozens of antiquated ordinances while modernizing others, and both assisting and promoting countless small businesses across the 12th Ward. And Councilmember Johnson, whereas Councilmember Johnson's advocacy led to the creation of more than 1,000 units of housing across the 12th Ward, including hundreds of units of affordable housing and the first new public housing project in Minneapolis since 2010, exclusively for families transitioning out of homelessness. And whereas during his tenure as chair of Intergovernmental Relations Committee, the city of Minneapolis lobbied for and received hundreds of millions of dollars in funding and many favorable changes in law. And whereas through his appointment to the Northern Lights Express Alliance, he rose to lead the organization as chair and helped successfully secure $194 million in state funding to restore passenger rail service between the Twin Cities and the Twin Ports after decades of effort. And whereas Councilmember Johnson brought his even temperament and thoughtful leadership to his other outside appointments, helping the state's more than 800 cities through serving on the League of Minnesota Cities board and helping improve 911 and emergency responder systems through the Metropolitan Emergency Service Board, including and serving as president. And
whereas Councilmember Johnson led countless initiatives and causes, including raising the age for tobacco purchase to 21, which was estimated to prevent thousands of youth from smoking, establishment of an open data policy and portal for unprecedented transparency, funding for neighborhood associations and healthy senior programs, a rewrite of animal care and control ordinances that moved the shelter towards a no-kill status, requiring recycling or organic containers at all food establishments, eliminating harmful expanded polystyrene takeout containers, eliminating carcinogenic tetrachloroethylene, dry cleaners from Minneapolis, all very important things, legalizing gender-neutral bathrooms, bringing dozens of IT jobs in-house, and saving millions annually by breaking up the city's IT services contract, and passage of paid parental leave for nearly 4,000 city employees. And whereas Councilmember Johnson was often a deciding vote on contentious and divided issues, he carefully considered each on its merits, listened to different perspectives, encouraged colleagues to work together towards compromise, helped facilitate negotiations, and rendered independent decisions. And whereas he is known for being an ideas person, taking a data-driven approach, providing excellent constituent services that centered accessibility and responsiveness, and writing thoughtful newsletter updates to his community. And whereas Councilmember Johnson was joined in serving the 12th Ward by an incredibly talented and dedicated staff, including Ilhan Omar, Suzanne Murphy, Kate Nelson, Dylan Kesty, and Claire Kingstad, who all share in these accomplishments. And whereas during his time in office, Andrew met and married the love of his life, Sarah Vine, and has two beautiful children, Elliot and Benjamin, whom he adores, along with their dog, Rosie. And whereas his family's tireless support and sacrifices enabled his successes as an elected official and represent a shared service to the people of Minneapolis. And whereas Councilmember Johnson is forever grateful to the people of the 12th Ward for taking a chance on him as a young man, for their broad support throughout his time in office, and the incredible, indelible ways that they have touched his life. He is proud to have befriended many and looks forward to continuing to be involved in his community for years to come. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and city council do hereby present this honorary resolution in recognition of their sincere gratitude and appreciation for the many contributions made by Councilmember Johnson to the 12th Ward and to the city of Minneapolis, together with their best wishes for his future endeavors.
Well, I don't think I can say much more than what we just read out loud, but I do want to say, Andrew Johnson has been such an incredible mentor to me in my first term. And I had the honor to be your vice chair of Public Works, and together we created a work plan, which was a new concept for, for us council members. And I'm so grateful for that. I'm grateful for your mentorship, and I'm going to miss you. So I appreciate all that you've done for us. So.
Wanted to also add, you see three women here, and all of us can speak to the ways in which you've invested in us and mentored us, and I hope that's something that you are incredibly proud of. For me, it was an honor to learn from you and work with you on Public Works, and when you came back after going through one of the hardest times in your life and just stepped in and helped me through what was the biggest policy fight that I had taken on behalf of my constituents. It truly meant the world. I'm going to miss you dearly. Thank you for your service.
And I'll keep my remarks brief. I feel like we've had a lot of time to chat over the last year. I'm just incredibly grateful and privileged to have you as my predecessor in the 12th Ward. You have been an incredible mentor to me for the last year, and I know you will continue to give me your mentorship as I take on this really big role, as we laid out in the resolution. We have big shoes to fill of leading the 12th Ward and working with our community to deliver for the future, and I'm so excited to be your council member. So thank you so much for everything, and I look forward to the continued work we're going to get to do together.
Wow. Well, thank you. Making me tear up. I really appreciate all the kind words. Thank you so much. It has been such a pleasure over these past 10 years to get to work with you all. I am so thankful for my colleagues who I've gotten to work with. Despite any differences on policy stuff, every time I came in here, I saw you as someone who is so dedicated and was willing to step up and serve the people of Minneapolis. And you're rooted in that value, always thinking about how you make this city better. And you bring so many skills, so many talents to the table, and I'm so glad to have had that opportunity to have served with you. This also counts for my former colleagues as well, and I have learned so much from each of you and grown in that regard, and I'm so glad that our city is represented by such talented, dedicated, thoughtful leaders. And we are so fortunate to have such a great staff. Our clerk's office, they, at times, I hope none of the media picks up this quote, but okay. Well, not on that. I was going to say, I'm already regretting the word I'm going to use, but circus. Sometimes it feels like a circus around here, but the clerk's office and the clerk are great ringmasters of that, helping keep all of this running. And, as a council member, rarely do you do the work yourself, aside from if you've gotten to go out on a tour and fill some potholes or do a ride-along, that sort of thing. Our city is truly represented by more than 4,000 extremely dedicated staff. And so we have the honor, the privilege, the pleasure of being able to be leaders of this body, but it is our staff who are out there every single day in these just oftentimes heartbreaking, so challenging, but also such hopeful moments, and they are on the front lines just giving it all for over 400,000 residents, millions of visitors, and just the countless ways that they help so many lives. I'm in awe of it. In terms of being an elected official, being a council member, our staff, I have been just so fortunate to have the most incredible staff. My current or most recent staff, Claire Kingstad, Kate Nelson, Dylan Kessie, Suzanne Murphy. Could you please three stand? You're here today. I don't know if Dylan's somewhere back here. Thank you. Ilhan as well. Ilhan was a staff member. You know, I've been so fortunate because over the years my staff have been there through everything, through the best moments, through the worst moments. They've been willing to tell me when I'm wrong, which every council member needs staff who can do that. And they have just been so dedicated. And for Kate and for Suzanne, who were my longest serving, they served about 8 years each. You know, there's so many moments over the years that I remember, but I'll never forget during the civil unrest after George Floyd's murder, they stayed up all through the night. You know, their families didn't get to see them at all. They were up there the entire night just triaging as people couldn't even get a hold of 911. And so many residents didn't know where to turn to, and they reached out. And just that moment in that service I will never forget, and am so grateful for that. And it's just, you know, emblematic of all their service over the years, and I just am so thankful for them, and I'm proud to call them friends. And in all of this, you know, family, friends, my friends haven't seen me mostly for 10 years. So I'm excited to get a chance to get back with them, but my wife, Sarah, just so incredible, by my side through everything. And I don't think people understand how much of a toll this job takes on our significant others, that it is just relentless, the stress, the demands, all the moments that you've sacrificed and you've given, all the advice, the guidance, the confidence. I just am so grateful to have met you, to be married to you, and you are a part of this service absolutely through and through. And, you know, in all of this work, at the end of the day, I am not going to remember that ordinance language in specific detail that I was a part of. I'm not going to remember that presentation, however great it might have been, to a committee. What I'm going to remember are the people and the moments with the people. And it is a true privilege to have been able to get up every day and help people. And this is a people business. And it is going to continue to be that way, and we are all so fortunate that we get to meet thousands of people and interact with them, and that they entrust us with these roles, that they entrust us with some of the hardest moments in their lives, with their dreams and their hopes as well, and that they entrust us to help them when they need it. And that's also why I have so much hope for our city as well. Because when we look out across our communities, there's so many leaders, so much talent, so much love for this city. Whatever challenges we're going through, I know, I've seen our communities rise up. I've seen our people rise in those moments. And the challenges we face today, we're going to get through as a city. There will be new challenges as well, but we will get through those as well. So the future of Minneapolis is bright because of its people, because of all the people that work for the city as well, and all of these leaders here. And it has been such an honor to have been a part of this. And I look forward to seeing all of you, continuing to see you, continuing to be friends. Though I am stepping back from the council, I am not stepping away from continuing to be involved in community, continuing to work to try to make this world a better place in the ways that I can. And I just want to thank, lastly, the people of Ward 12 for this tremendous, tremendous privilege to be able to serve you. And I can walk away from it knowing that I have so many memories with you all, that I've been able to be invited into and a part of people's lives, and that I have many new friends for many years to come that I look forward to those memories with. Thank you all.
Good looking group.
I just want to say congratulations, Councilmember Johnson. Your service and dedication to the city of Minneapolis will forever be honored and appreciated. You have nurtured one of America's leading voices in Ilhan Omar, as well as all of the other staff that you have that you so aptly recognize and name to help make the city a better place to be. And it's been an honor and a pleasure to work with you, sir. Congratulations. And would any of my other colleagues have any comments for outgoing Councilmember Johnson? Councilmember Ellison.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, there's going to be very few folks that I've been able to serve all 6 of my years on this council with left, and it has been. I wrote my first ordinance with you. So thank you for that. You introduced me to this work in the most literal ways, and so you know, we're luckily going to be gaining as a city a tremendous constituent, a knowledgeable constituent, but we're going to be losing somebody. We're going to be losing a measured voice up on this dais. We're going to be losing, you know, a diligent researcher and colleague. We'll also be losing about 1.5 feet, and the average height on this council will probably never recover. But seriously, it's been a pleasure to work with you, and so thank you.
Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to say thank you, Councilmember Andrew, or former Councilmember Andrew, just for your leadership on public works. This body just passed a historic budget that made some tremendous investments around sidewalk plowing for the wintertime and traffic calming and so many other things that you helped spearhead within that committee. And to finally see it go from a year ago where it was voted down to now unanimous support around these initiatives, I think is a testament to your skill set as that bridge builder, which you claim to be and have demonstrated throughout your tenure. I also just want to say spiritually, I know we've connected as someone who believes in Christ, and the reason why I can stay in this work is because of my faith. And I think we've also connected in that way spiritually too, and that gets lost in this work, to be able to connect with a colleague who understands that the work of serving people is also connecting to serving Christ and walking in our faith, and doing our best to leave this city, this world, in a better place than what we inherited. For our future generations, for your children. So it's been beautiful to also serve spiritually with a colleague who understands that too. So I just wanted to share that and wish you well on this next chapter. and your family on this next chapter of your life.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, President Jenkins. I'll keep it quick. Councilmember Johnson, you were a big mentor of mine at the beginning of my term as a first-year council member. It's something that I really appreciated and took very seriously, and you gave my residents hope. And that is something that my residents are always going to be grateful for you. When they saw no vision towards building the East Phillips Indoor Urban Farm project, you came in and said, how do we get it done? How do we bring it back? How do we give your residents an opportunity to believe in city government? And because of that, I'm always going to be thankful. And I know my residents are always going to be thankful for your leadership. Thank you.
Next, I want to recognize Mayor Fry.
Thank you, Madam President. Councilmember Johnson and I came in at the same time 10 years ago. And 10 years ago, there were a group of about 7 new council members. I believe Councilmember Palmisano was over the phone, that came over to my apartment. And we didn't break any quorum rules because we weren't yet elected or inaugurated. We exchanged lawn signs, which I still have today. And we just had a meeting about our aspirations for what we wanted to do in city government and for the people of this city. And everybody comes into these jobs for different reasons. Some people come in because of housing. Some people want to lead in their neighborhood. Some people want to work on health issues. And I remember meeting Andrew for the first time, even before that meeting at my apartment, and he cared so deeply about his constituents. He also cared deeply at the time about lawn signs. I remember having a discussion. I don't think I know if any council member or mayoral candidate has had more lawn signs per capita than Andrew Johnson did. And then you get to know and work with someone even further. And as was mentioned in the resolution, Andrew Johnson is an ideas guy. I've said before that Andrew Johnson will come into my office, whether it was in the council or the mayor's office, with an idea pretty much every single day. 10 ideas every week. 8 of them are bad ideas. One of them will probably get you put in jail. But then the final one will change the way that we do business in City Hall for the better. It'll make people's lives better every single day. And that's why I kept opening the door for Andrew for that last idea. And over time, I amended the calculation to say, oh, right, well, 2 ideas will change the world for a better place, and 2 ideas will get you put in jail. So much of the work that we do here is about the policy, and oftentimes we forget about the people that each one of us are. And so it is so important to get to know someone on a deeper and more personal level, to get to know how people's lives change over a decade. When we came in, neither one of us were married. We were barely 30 years old. When we came in, I think I was just getting together with Sarah, and you hadn't met your Sarah. I remember when you were getting to know each other. I remember you running into my office, not with a great idea, but with this big, stupid, shit-eating grin. Council President, I apologize. There's a human being behind each one of these elected officials, and behind your election certificate is a great and good person. It's been a privilege to work with you for these last 10 years, and I know you'll do great things into the future.
Thank you, Mayor Fry. Next in queue is Council Vice President Palmisano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll save some more of my remarks for later, but I just couldn't let the opportunity pass without thanking you for your constant creativity. As Mayor Fry mentioned, you had 10 new ideas every single day, and that's hard to do. It takes a lot of energy to do that, but that's just a natural part of you. And something that you always helped us to do is to look at something that we were looking at as a policy in a completely different way. Maybe it was a systems engineer way, but I'm not really sure that would fully describe it. It would be in an Andrew Johnson way. So I appreciate how much you enriched our thinking process here on the dais, and I'll say more later.
Great. Next in queue is Councilmember Payne.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Andrew Johnson. It's been such a joy serving with you, sitting with you right next to you on the dais. I think a lot of people make assumptions about, how dug in we are or how political we are, but every other week we had time to be in each other's ear, trying to convince each other of votes, and you are like a true expression of what it means to be in a democracy and being open to debate and being persuadable. And I've always really appreciated that about you, so thank you.
Great. Seeing no further comments from my colleagues, just once again, thank you for your tremendous service to the residents of Ward 12 and to the entire city of Minneapolis. Thank you, sir. And finally, we have an honorary resolution for our colleague, outgoing Council Member Goodman. That resolution will be presented by the Vice President, Councilmember Palmisano, and Councilmember Ellison. As I head down to make that presentation, I wanted to just note that Councilmember Goodman will be recorded in our history books as the longest serving member of the Minneapolis City Council. She was first elected in 1997. She was re-elected to 6 additional terms. In total, she served the city and Ward 7 for 26 years. Lisa, 26 years. I've had the pleasure of knowing Lisa for a good many of those years, at least 20 of them. And I know that we will miss you so much in this body, and the wisdom and context that you continuously bring to each and every issue. I want to offer my sincere congratulations and my appreciation. And I think I'll say more later just about some of our personal connections, but congratulations to you, and I will invite my colleagues to read the resolution. I love you too.
Thank you, Council President. Just briefly, I first met Lisa, I don't know if you even remember this, when she bought a silent auction item that I had donated at the Linden Hills Neighborhood Festival, and it was that I would deliver on my bike this big fat Sunday New York Times and pastries from a special bakery, and it was to be delivered by bike. And I thought somebody in the neighborhood would, bid on this, and I'm not that much of a morning person, but I had to get to this person's door before breakfast, right? So this woman in Bryn Mawr buys this, and so here I go, waking up my 2-year-old and getting this done. And I was scared. I was scared to meet Lisa Goodman because I had heard so much about who this woman was and how important she was and all of those things. And I was so scared and so out of breath by the time I got to her house that morning. And she was just so warm. I just remember how sunny her house was. All of her, she's into Mary Mecco fabrics, bright fabrics, and it's just really an expression of who she is and the kind of light that she brings to her work. Never did I know we'd be such good friends. What I've learned since being here at City Hall is that Councilmember Goodman keeps progress moving forward in our city. She's really been the thread through so many different city leaders. She helps to bring context to things and make sure that things don't have to start over or start farther back. you know, what the public sees sometimes is how she educates us all here on the dais. And she kind of brings context to every situation. But what the public maybe doesn't see is the advice that I've given to every single council member that has come after me, probably including you, Jeremiah Ellison, sorry, Councilmember Ellison, which is you go into Lisa's office, she's gonna tell you she doesn't have time. You be brave. You need to, you wait for her to give you all the reasons why she doesn't have time to listen to your idea, and then you pitch it. And then you just have to stand there still, stoically. Don't let her kick you out of her office. But make sure that you have a pen and paper ready, because she will give you the most valuable advice that you will get from anybody else that you speak to at City Hall or beyond about how to move your idea forward. And you make sure to pay careful attention. And that is who you are. Your strategic mind and your historical institutional knowledge is going to be really missed. I'm not sure how we're going to keep that thread moving forward, but I'm going to try to take on a small part of it. So, Councilmember Ellison, did you want to go ahead and start? And I know you have some remarks too for after.
Can you guys hear me in this? All right. I'm going to save my remarks for after. I want us to, and you guys notice that I probably would usually be wearing a hoodie and overalls, and I put on a nice sweater for Lisa. And so, strap in, 26 years is going to turn into a long resolution as you've earned. But I'm going to put on my best reading voice, and I'm going to get through the first page. But yeah, I'm obviously going to have remarks, but I'm going to save them. Honoring Councilmember Lisa Goodman for her years of service to the city of Minneapolis. Whereas Lisa was first elected in 1997 and re-elected 6 additional times, giving her a historic 26 years serving as the city council member for Ward 7, and the distinction of being the longest serving council member of all time for the city of Minneapolis. She has worked for 4 mayors and 49 different council members. And whereas Lisa set a high standard for constituent services, expecting all calls and emails to be answered in a timely fashion, answering the majority of her own email from constituents. And whereas Lisa has helped grow the residential population of downtown Minneapolis, which has more than doubled since she took office. And whereas Lisa took a strong stance against debt by changing the city's practice for tax increment financing, or TIF, to only be used where there is market failure or for affordable housing, and also led the effort to sell city-owned parking ramps for development, which also helped eliminate city debt. And whereas Lisa helped reorganize the Minneapolis Community Development Agency, or the MCDA, into the Community Planning and Economic Development Division, CPED, bringing these elements together for a more streamlined and efficient department for the city of Minneapolis. And whereas Lisa was instrumental in initiating the first green infrastructure for the city of Minneapolis, authoring ordinances to allow for the installation of solar arrays and green roofs. She led the effort to green roofs on the downtown library, City Hall, and the Target Center. And whereas Lisa was a key player in the restoration of the downtown theaters and the creation of the Hennepin Theater Trust. She organized a deal that left the city with no risk while creating a thriving district to bring people into downtown from across the region, helping enhance the city's dining and bar scene and increasing the city's tax revenue. And whereas Lisa worked with community partners to move the Schubert Theater into Hennepin Avenue, where the Cowell Center was established as a dance and performing arts hub. And whereas Lisa collaborated with the Downtown Council to establish the Downtown Improvement District, or DID, which provides ambassadors for visitors and residents that offer general assistance, additional cleaning and greening, and increased public safety throughout downtown. And whereas Lisa was a key player in the renovation and revitalization of Nicollet Mall and PV Plaza, a historic landmark next to Orchestra Hall. The updated plaza is now more user-friendly, Americans with Disabilities Act accessible, or ADA accessible, and much more environmentally sound. And whereas Lisa was heavily involved in the expansion and updating of the Minneapolis Convention Center, which boasts international sustainability standards providing a destination for conventions to be held that brings activity through the city and vitality to the local economy. And whereas Lisa served on the implementation committee for the new City of Minneapolis Public Service Building, Target Center renovation, and the Downtown Central Library. And whereas Lisa was active in upgrading and renovating the Loring Greenway, which connects downtown Minneapolis to Loring Park. She also helped establish the Loring Greenway Association, which is a group of local volunteers that manage and maintain the plantings along the pedestrian mall. And whereas Lisa helped organize what is now the North Loop Neighborhood Association that created an identity for the growing area of the Warehouse District, which is now a thriving neighborhood sought after for living, shopping, and entertainment. And whereas Lisa was instrumental in the relocation of the Guthrie Theater and the McPhail Center to the Mississippi Riverfront, which was the impetus for the development of the Mill District. And
we're only about halfway done, people. Whereas Lisa negotiated with Alina to sell their vacant hospital and parking lot by Loring Park, the historic building was rehabilitated and a new apartment building was built, which helped increase the tax base and allowed Alina to begin construction on their new heart hospital. Whereas Lisa saw the need for a grocery store in downtown Minneapolis, so she recruited Lunds and Byerly's to open a downtown location, probably herself. They have now been joined by Whole Foods and Trader Joe's. And whereas Lisa established the Minneapolis Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which has grown throughout the years, providing thousands of units of affordable housing and leveraging millions of dollars from private capital and other government agencies. And whereas Lisa helped create the Natural Occurring Affordable Housing Preservation Fund, which helps housing providers and emerging real estate developers acquire unsubsidized housing to preserve affordability and prevent displacement. Lisa was instrumental in creating the 4D program, which provides a property tax incentive for rental property owners that agree to keep their rental units affordable at 60% of the area median income. Whereas Lisa co-authored the Section 8 Anti-Discrimination Ordinance, along with the ordinance that reestablished the ability to have single-room occupancy units in the city of Minneapolis. Whereas Lisa challenged YouthLink leadership to create affordable housing instead of providing mats on the floor for homeless youth. She connected them with the appropriate partners and helped shepherd the Downtown View project to completion. Whereas Lisa was approached by community members that wanted to create a tiny village for people experiencing homelessness. She believed in their vision and connected the appropriate people and advocated for money from several private and government agencies to create a Vivo Village. Where Lisa, having a desire for downtown Minneapolis to have dog parks, or let's just say Lisa's absolute love of all animals, established a nonprofit that built 3 dog parks. She subsequently led the lobbying efforts that allows dogs on sidewalk cafes and in brew pubs. She changed the policy to allow animal care and control to adopt out bully breeds and initiated the removal of adoption fees for city residents. Whereas Lisa has received numerous awards for her leadership and dedication to historic preservation. She's personally helped save dozens of historic properties, and in addition to her work on the Downtown Theater, she worked on the Armory, the Handicraft Guild, the Dayton's Project, and Oakland's on 9th, along with the creation of the 9th Street South Historic District and the Harmon Place Historic District. Whereas Lisa led the effort with the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board to develop the 20-year parks funding plan for neighborhood parks. We're getting a thumbs up from the park board president. And whereas after 26 years of service to the city of Minneapolis, Lisa's accomplishments are too numerous to list here, and the positive impact she's had on our city will continue well into the future. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and city council present you with this honorary resolution in recognition of our sincere gratitude and appreciation for your many contributions, Councilmember Goodman. I'm going to invite my colleague, Councilmember Ellison, to say a few words first, and then we'll turn it over to you, Lisa, in case you have anything to say.
I'll try to keep it short. I will keep it short, but I always have a lot to say about my friendship with Lisa Goodman. It has been, I think we would both agree that it's been a little unexpected. You know, when I came into office, when I first got elected, I believe everybody told Lisa that she was going to hate me, and everybody told me that I was going to hate Lisa Goodman. And we had an incident. I recounted it already a number of times, but I came to council to testify, and I have no regrets. But before I was in office, I came to council to testify, and I actually, instead of standing on that side of and addressing the council, I actually stood right here and I addressed the people in the audience, turning my back on the council, and it was sort of our introduction in a way. And after I was elected and we went and we grabbed lunch together to make our introduction, and it was really scary. I was like, what am I gonna do if she starts yelling at me in the restaurant? And instead, we are at US Bank Plaza, right? Instead, we had this incredible conversation about how we both are very steadfast in our beliefs. And I recognized something in Lisa that I also recognize in myself, which is that you can't read this list of accomplishments and say that Lisa is a realist, right? She's a dreamer. She believes in impossible things, and she believes in her ability to get impossible things done. And you've achieved that throughout your time. And I recognize I'm a big sci-fi nerd. I read a lot of sci-fi novels, and I have this one book that I love that talks about how doubt grinds up your delusions, right? And in Lisa's process, I recognize that while believing in impossible things, believing that she can achieve impossible things, she also operates with a large degree of doubt. And that helps her grind with those delusions and get to a finished product that is actionable. And in recognizing that, I realized that that's the gift that you give this council. That when people have that experience of walking into your office and the first thing you say is, "That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. That's never going to work." You're gifting us your doubt, which might feel negative if we take it the wrong way. But what it does is it allows us to go back to the drawing board, to do our due diligence, and to make sure that when we come and bring something, the only thing you have to consider, or that we have to consider, is whether or not we agree with one another. We don't have to worry about whether this thing works. And it's the gift that you've given me. It's why I consider you a mentor. I was lucky enough to learn how to do this job from the two Lisas, Lisa Bender, Lisa Goodman, and it's something that as we lose that as a body and gain yet another very well-informed constituent, it's the thing that I fear most that we won't be able to recreate. But I know that I'm committed to recreating your sense of due diligence and your mentorship, and I appreciate all of the ways in which you've taught me how to do this job. Even when we haven't agreed, and we haven't agreed on plenty. We might not agree on some things on the agenda today. And so, so thank you so much for your service. Thank you so much for your friendship. Thank you so much for your mentorship.
I feel like I need a rebuttal time after everybody else speaks. I have the good fortune often to have the opportunity to read these resolutions for other people. So it feels a bit surreal to hear it, about me. And I don't want to take up too much time. I've had much time to speak publicly and probably still will, but I do have a few thoughts I want to share this morning. One, I could not do this job without Zach and Patrick, and they are my North Star. In 26 years, I've only had 3 people in each of these positions. Douglas Gardner, Doug Kress, and now Patrick. We've been together for about 12 years. And I've had Ruth Heyman for many years, Judy, and now Zach. And so, my luck with managing people has been pretty good. Actually, I can manage, 2. That's about at my level, and I feel really good about that. And I just want to thank you all, both of you and all of those who have worked with me for really making me look good 100% of the time and making sure I am where I need to be and digging deep on the policy work when I come up with a crazy idea. Patrick is the one who tells me what I should and shouldn't do on any given day. And I'm not sure how I'm going to function really without you. It's going to make life for Kim and Margaret a lot more difficult. I apologize. I also really want to thank my constituents, right? You don't get reelected 6 times with large margins without doing the job for the people and respecting them as much as they respect or disrespect you. I am very, very honored to have some amazing constituents and some amazing people who came before me who, both of my mentors from the previous city council, Pat Scott and Barbara Carlson, have now passed away. And a few, John Bergford, Lee Munich, Parker Trostel, are in their 80s. And so I've had their help over the years, and I'm really grateful for that. This jacket, you know, Jeremiah talks about his clothes, and I just want to mention that this jacket is the jacket I was wearing the day that I was sworn into the city council at the Orpheum, no, the State Theater in 1998, and then I wore this jacket to the organizational meeting. Doesn't fit perfectly anymore, certainly doesn't close as well as it used to, but it is a full circle moment for me, and I look for signs, right? Like when I made the decision, I looked for a sign that it was time. And I want to talk a little bit about signs. Today is the first day of Hanukkah. Hanukkah is not really a major Jewish holiday. I think it's been elevated as a result of the way other holidays have become more commercialized. But the concept of Hanukkah is about hope. And it's about the hope that the gas, the propane, what they probably would have had as oil at that time, that was supposed to light candles for one night, lit candles for 8 nights. And I see that today as a metaphor for the light that the rest of you shine on our community. When there's only hope that maybe one person or one thing can get done, we remember that there are 14 of us holding that candle high, providing hope that the city will be able, as an institution, and the council as an organization, will join together in order to make sure that light shines for many days, not just one day. And so that is what I want to leave you with, that on this particular day, which, you know, I have known has been coming for a year, I want you to remember that you are the light, you guys, that holds hope for the whole community, that you will do the right thing and the thing that's right for your constituents, even if we don't agree. In the long run, that hope is really important to our staff, most importantly, to the people we work with on a daily basis, and to this institution of the city of Minneapolis and the city council, because people believe in us, and our job is to provide them with that confidence and that hope. Happy Hanukkah to you all, and thank you for this beautiful honor.
Councilmember Vito.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you so much, Councilmember Goodman. You know, when I first got to City Hall, I think it was maybe day 3, and Lisa and I got in a really big argument, and she was yelling at me, and I went and called Barb Johnson, and I said, I think it's over, before it even got started. I think Lisa's never gonna talk to me again, and Barb said, you should know. The last thing that happens in a room with Lisa isn't really the last thing. She can be that way, but she'll be your biggest ally next door to the room she just let you have it in. Mm-hmm. And so I remember that on day 3, and that's been our relationship. I love, love, love the mentorship from Councilmember Goodman at the council, but I love more than anything Lisa at her farm. I love award-winning pickle jar and Lisa. I love high Lisa. I mean, like on weed high Lisa. I love, love, love Lisa at home, just chilling out, whether it's my house, her house, hot tub, having a good time. You know, she is so different at home. And I think you get the better ideas from Lisa at home. I remember once we were hanging out and I put together this list of things I wanted to talk to her about that I wanted to do for the North Side. And as Council Vice President Palmisano said, I tried talking to her at work about it, and she pretty much closed the door in my face. But she was at my house with her dad and some friends, and we were having dinner, and she's like eating ribs, and I'm running these ideas by her, and she's giving me all of the answers that I need. And that's the Lisa that I love. I love that she loves dogs as much as I do. I'm so glad someone mentioned the dog parks, because on behalf of my dog and all dogs, thank you. Thank you for the commitment to our furry family members, because you put so much work in to make sure that they had safe places in this city to have a good time also. And our dogs love each other, and they're happy when they get to spend time with one another. But it was really sad when you told me you were going to be leaving. I definitely thought we were going to have more time together on the council, and I did everything I could to try to make you stay, and you didn't do it. So you're going to leave, but you're not gone. You just won't sit up here with me and Rainville and, you know, talk really loud, and I have to tell you that the mic is on, or you shouldn't say that right now. So I'm gonna miss that. I don't know that people understand, like, where you sit really matters, you know, and like the relationship you have with people according to where you sit, and like how the meeting kind of plays out for you. So I'm grateful that I've gotten to sit this close to you. I'm grateful that you've mentored me, and that we've been able to share our families and friends more than anything. It's truly been a blessing to have you around my mom, my husband, my siblings, to share in personal life experiences, and also to be one of my favorite colleagues. You know I love you. I look forward to many years of friendship moving ahead. So thank you for your service, Lisa. The people of Ward 7 are so lucky that they've had someone who makes sure that someone is here to answer the phone all the time for them, and someone is here to make sure their emails are being answered, and someone who's advocated for them in a way that I only hope I can continue to do for these next 2 years I'm serving, let alone 26. So thank you, my friend. I love you so much.
Beautiful. Councilmember Payne.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Councilmember Goodman. It's just been a joy serving with you. We came onto this body in very strange times, and the fact that this is a 2-year term, the majority of this body is new to this job, and the fact that you've been such a strong institutionalist, and just like such a vocal advocate for your values have really modeled how we can show up in this role and how we can stand firm and confident in our values. And that's something I'm always going to remember and take away from this. So I'm just really grateful that although our time serving together was short, I did get the opportunity to serve with you. So thank you.
Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, Madam President. Councilmember Goodman, I really wish we had a chance in these past 2 years to form the Chicago caucus, because there's a number of us that are from Chicago. And when people framed you, at least before I got to meet you and see you, you know, directly as a colleague, of course, and it was echoed here of, you know, you're an intimidating figure. And then to meet you, and I was like, no, she's just from Chicago. And it's just like, I actually appreciate that, especially in a place of Minnesota, Minneapolis, even in City Hall, that encourages a culture of passive aggressiveness. You never quite are sure where you stand with people. You always know where you stand with Lisa. And I appreciate this in a political space. You are honest, you are direct, and as many of our colleagues echo, you know, you being firm in a position initially does not mean you won't support it, but you do encourage colleagues when they approach you to bring the very best version of themselves and their work products. And that is something that I did learn from you, and I actually appreciate that. If I'm going to talk to Lisa, I need to have a checkbox, and I need to make sure all those checks are there. And that encouraged me to rise to the occasion in my work for my constituents, because I knew, especially proactively, like, I gotta go talk to Lisa. So I just want to say I appreciate you bringing that culture here of like just being also principled in your beliefs, while also being open to new ideas, new perspectives, and as someone who also identifies as very principled in my beliefs. It's such a refreshing experience to know where people stand, to have clarity. I think you have a great level of disdain as much as I do for people who waffle and are never unclear. You never know when the wind blows, kind of like Chicago, Windy City vibes. And it's just like, I appreciate you just being a steadfast voice here. And going to miss you being the beacon of that, at least on that side of the dais inside of City Hall. Hopefully, as a Chicago resident, I can at least bring some of that spirit here. But thank you for always embodying that type of dynamic. And that part I will miss.
Councilmember Koski.
Thank you, Madam President. Councilmember Goodman. I will choke up here, but before I met you, before I was elected, people said this job is about constituent service, and we've heard this here. And you said it. Thank you to my constituents who continue to get me reelected over and over. And it's because of your dedication to that. And I heard that, I listened to that, I will hold that to me. That is over 80% of our job, is working with our constituents. So I am so grateful that you have modeled that for 26 years. And we have you to look for that continued guidance. I appreciate that. I have found myself over the course of these last 2 years, and specifically in these last few months for sure, feeling like I want to hold on to every piece, and every word. Although, as many people have said, it's not always easy to have conversations. We have to be brave because your Chicago background. But I have found myself feeling like I can't let go of the essence of Lisa Goodman. And I'm fearing that it's slipping away from us. And I've had to reshift my mindset and to just hold on to the pieces that we've been able to have, and knowing that you're still here, not going anywhere. And it even was an example in our last budget committee. You said, "Are you afraid of what I'm about to say?" I said, "Actually, I'm not, because I have shifted my mindset. I'm not afraid. I am here to listen and learn and really hold on to the essence of Lisa Goodman, because we do always learn something." And so I also want to say today, I thought that was such a beautiful metaphor, and I promise to carry your light. So.
Councilmember Osmond.
Thank you, Madam President. Councilmember Fita, you're right. Where you sit matters. Just not here. What you sit do matters. I'm grateful to know you last 3 years and to sit next to you, and also to really be your co-chair at the Biz Committee. Just want to let the staff know that when she walks in, let you guys know when she walks in the Biz Committee, everyone starts sitting, and the staff start really, preparing and knowing that she will have they have to have their act together and have their items straight. But I think what everyone say is true, but you and me have a lot in common. You being a Jewish, me being a Muslim, happy Hanukkah to you. We talked about a lot, talk about, how come, we're working on Eid, or we're working Jewish holiday, and, but we're off on Christmas and so on. And that conversation come across and saying that, how do we establish that and make sure that everyone is represented? But that's really what makes us a lot closer, having a lot of that in common, her being religious, me being a man of faith. And I learned a lot from you. And I think, 26 years, some of us might not even be born by then. Just by the time you start working, really caring about this community, and, your legacy will be remembered forever. For me, my 3 years has been one of the, you have been one of the best council members to me, sitting next to you and really kind of guiding me and just how to move the city forward. So I'm happy that I got to know you, and I wish you the best luck, and thank you so much for all you have done for us and for the city of Minneapolis.
Next in queue is Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you, Madam President. We met each other 27 years ago, along with Kim Havey, at the Octopus Car Wash on University Avenue in Southeast Minneapolis, when you had just come from the DFL endorsing convention. And you came up to me, I was holding my son, who was I could never hold him again, he was and told me that you were going to be the next Ward 7 City Council member. And I said, well, whatever I can do to help, I will. And ever since that time, we've always been friends. And what I wanted to say today is that your wisdom and your institutional knowledge will be greatly missed. As we've sat up here and struggled over issues, you've always managed to ground us and bring us back to reality. And that will definitely be missed. The kindness that you show when you do that, because we don't want to hear that we're wrong. We don't want to hear that our ideas are not good, but you do that in such a kind way and just ground us. And last of all, on this theme of where you sit, I do have to thank you for kicking me in the leg so many times and telling me to shut off my microphone and shut my mouth. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Great. Councilmember Chug Tap.
Thank you, Madam President. Lisa, last week when we did your commemoration of service downstairs in the rotunda, there were a number of speakers, and there was this common theme among all of them. They would start their remarks with, let me tell you about the time I met Lisa, and she was very mean to me in some sort of way, and then I came to have an excellent relationship with her. And I was reflecting on my first experiences with you, and what I remember is, right after I was elected, I called you, and you were sick at the time, but you made some time to have lunch with me at Milda's, and I remember so many parts of the conversation we had over lunch, and I don't remember feeling like you were mean or rude or brash or whatever people used to describe those experiences. I thought you were incredibly kind and incredibly thoughtful. And I remember you telling me that when you were elected in 1997, you were the youngest woman to ever serve on this body. And when I was elected in 2021, I became the youngest woman to ever serve on this body. And to share that connection with you in your last term and my first one was really, it was just a very meaningful experience from me. For me, I will also add that you have a very brash style of approaching your work, and I am a person who's like that too at my core, and I feel like I work really hard to not show up that way in my workplace or when I am a council member, and in part that's because in every workplace I've ever been in, I've learned that you have to earn the right over time to be exactly who you are, and especially as a woman, to show up in the workplace and just say the thing that you want to say without hurting anyone else's feelings. And it means a tremendous amount to me, and I feel pride when I see you show up as exactly who you are and see you make no apologies for it and see you tell us, I have earned the right to be like this. And I hope someday I earn the right to be exactly who I am in my workplace without apology. I do remember how hard it got for us in the first few months with Hennepin Avenue and just the deep disagreement we had on that issue. And there was a time when we weren't really speaking, and it felt really awkward and uncomfortable. And the day it got done, the day we passed that final resolution, you stopped by my office to congratulate me and give me a hug. And that was that was, just spoke a lot to your character. But I'll just say now that, in these last few weeks, I've had a lot of privilege in being able to talk with you about what the future of this council looks like and the values, the way we work together, how we're actually colleagues with one another, collegial with one another, and your ideas for that and your hopes for how we move forward. And I hope I'm listening and I'm hearing every word of it, and so are others here. And I really sincerely hope that we make you proud in carrying that out in the coming years. Thank you for your service.
Great. Next in queue is Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, Madam President. Councilmember Osman, for the record, I was born. Maybe saying my first few words, but I was born. Councilmember Goodman, it's been a pleasure to get to serve with you on this dais for a little bit, but I have had the honor and pleasure of watching you work since I first started working as a policy aide 10 days out of college in 2019. I'm really dating myself in another way today. There was a air about you, like a lore around Lisa Goodman when you're coming in as a policy aide. Like, that's Lisa Goodman, she's been here the longest. You should be a little scared. You don't know what you're going to expect. She doesn't like your boss on these reasons, so expect her to come in. And you just have this big reputation, and it gets built up. And as an aide, you're just like, okay, like, when am I actually going to run into her? What's it going to be like? And I remember the first moment I ran into you, and you're like, oh, cute nails. I love your nails. And you showed, and you showed me your nails, and we compared our nails, and we spent the last few years doing that, and I've always enjoyed doing that. And in all seriousness, even the moments where you were voting down and working against the things that my bosses were working on, I, along with many other aides and many other staff, watched you work and appreciated how straightforward, sharp, and strategic you were. And it just modeled this high level of caliber around doing this public service work. And even if it was disagreement, it was always about the work and doing the right thing for the people of Minneapolis. And I just kind of want to call in the fact that I know as council members, people are looking to you for mentorship, but there are so many city staff and aides that have followed your work and how you've done it and have hung on every single word that you've said, myself included, because it is a high bar that you want to be able to reach and aspire to. And I really want to compliment you in creating that bar and having that type of mentorship. And I have also appreciated your directness, that it is extremely refreshing and really important in this work. And I also appreciated at your ceremony recognition the other day how you said it's important that we are not disagreeable, but we can disagree. And I totally agree with that. I think that's something that this body can achieve, where we can have disagreements with each other and still be able to continue to do the work, because, again, it's about the people of Minneapolis and doing our best job for them. And I'll just close off by saying, as a young woman elected into office, who is also going to be joined by another colleague in Ward 7, Katie Cashman, who's going to be a young woman elected into office, we are going to need your mentorship, and we are going to hang on your words. And I look forward to the future where we're sitting down for coffee and chatting and talking about the future of our city.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, the chair will recognize Mayor Fry.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm running out of content, both because the words from all of the council members preceding me have been right on point. And second, I think this is the 15th of 16 different going away parties for Lisa, and I've exhausted a lot of the things that I would otherwise say. I think the thing that was most poignant was that which Councilmember Wansley said, which is that You have set a tone that others want to emulate. You have raised everybody else's game to meet yours. And Councilmember Wansley is right. When you go into your office, whether you're a friend or a foe, whether you agree or you disagree, if you don't have a good argument to make, you better not bring it because you're going to get destroyed. I think so many of us, before we enter a difficult situation or we go in to make our point, we think to ourselves, how would Lisa handle this? What are the strategic points that Lisa would make? How firm will we be in our positions? But also, what is our willingness to acknowledge when we're wrong? Something that I have loved about you is that, yes, you occasionally get ripped apart when you go into your office, but you'll also acknowledge the other person's points when they're made well. You'll even change your mind. It's a thing it's easier said than done, especially in the heat of an argument. But you manage to do it every single time. Beyond City Hall, just the personal relationship with you, I love you dearly. We've talked about the positioning and where people sit, and you forget so much of the policy that you passed and the things that you get accomplished, but just the general camaraderie of getting to sit next to you on the council, I miss even today. The things that I know won't end, but Passover, dinner, and Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, and singing songs, and just the friendship that we share, whether while smoking or not, is something I think so many people really appreciate and love about you, and I know that I'm not at all unique in it. You have set a standard, and you've lit a light that others will carry on. And you see that in each one of these council members up here. To tack on to what Councilmember Chugtai said, fierce argument over Hennepin Avenue. And while you both disagreed on that, I saw so many of the attributes that you have in Councilmember Chugtai. Now imagine what it was like to be me, trying to work out a solution between the two of you. But you've set a tone that so many others will carry on. I love you. We love you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pry. I guess it's a good thing that the state did legalize cannabis. Because otherwise, Councilmember Goodman might be in some trouble up here. One of my earliest memories of Councilmember Goodman, Lisa, is attending one of her pre-Pride Parade brunches when she lived in a condo above Eli's on Hennepin Avenue. I felt like, wow, I had arrived. I think Kim was there. I had arrived with the big kids. I don't know if you remember this, Lisa, but I introduced you to Susan Vandermeer, who went on to cater many of your amazing events over the years. And we served together on Meet Minneapolis. And I can attest to you all that she brings the same level of education, wisdom, brashness, admonishment, and context to that body as well. Lastly, Lisa loaned me her late mother's scooter. And it really means so much to me, Lisa. It allows me to be able to do my work here at City Hall. And I just deeply appreciate it. I mean, I could continue to talk about so many things over the past 20 plus years. Your commitment to the LGBTQIA plus community, the Dougs, both Dougs in your office. But, you know, what I will cherish most is our friendship. And as has been stated here on this dais today, and you and I talk about this a lot, love for our city, love for each other, and for our community. I love you, Lisa. Thank you.
Madam President, before you move on, I would just remind everyone we have a reception before Councilmember Johnson leaves too, a reception for the two departing council members at 2:30 this afternoon in the rotunda.
Thank you. Thank you. And so without any further comments, I will ask the clerk to call the roll to verify the presence of a quorum.
Councilmember Osman.
Present.
Councilmember Payne.
Present.
Councilmember Koski.
Present.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Present.
Councilmember Chavez.
Present.
Councilmember Ellison.
Here.
Councilmember Vita.
Present.
Councilmember Rainville.
Present.
Councilmember Goodman.
Present.
Councilmember Wansley.
Present.
Councilmember Chaudhry.
Present.
Vice President Palmisano.
Present.
President Jenkins.
Present.
There are 13 members present.
Let the record reflect that we do have a quorum for this last council meeting of the year. Next, we have the adoption of our agenda. Colleagues, today's agenda is before us. I'll ask, are there any amendments to the agenda? Councilmember Ellison.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to amend the agenda to add a resolution on declaring homelessness a public health emergency. It was sent out this morning. I think we were being responsive to a lot of the testimony that we heard the other day, and people should have copies. I don't see physical copies. Oh, they are. They're here. Yep. They're here. Great. So you should have the physical copy in front of you. Happy to talk more about it once we get to the item, hopefully once it's added. But I think it should be added to new business. So yes, I'd like to make that motion.
Second.
Councilmember Ellison has moved to amend the agenda to include under new business a resolution declaring unsheltered homelessness. Unsheltered homelessness, that's kind of a... Yes, thank you, sir. I was just, the double entendre of unsheltered and homelessness was throwing me off a little bit. And then there's a proper second. Is there any discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Payne.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Chaudhry.
Aye.
Vice President Palmisano.
Aye.
President Jenkins.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That passes, and the agenda has been...
Madam President, that amendment's passed. I also would like to share with the council, due to a clerical error, we've noted on your printed agenda that there's a request for a closed session today, and after confirming with the City Attorney's Office, there is not a request. You're welcome for a closed session on the last day of City Council. Happy Hanukkah, happy holidays.
Mm-hmm.
So,
it's not often that the clerk gets recognized, but
well, the attorney's office. But we would like to also have you remove the closed session that's unfortunately in the printed agenda before you adopt the agenda as amended.
Oh, so the clerk has suggested that we remove the closed item from the closed session from the agenda. Do we need to take a vote on that? And so I will move the agenda as amended and delete it and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Councilmember Payne.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Vitaw.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Chaudhry.
Aye.
Vice President Palmisano.
Aye.
President Jenkins.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and the agenda has been adopted. The next item of business is acceptance of the minutes from the regular meeting of November 16th and the special meeting of November 17th. May I have the motion to accept those minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Councilmember Payne.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Vitaw.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Chaudhry.
Aye.
Vice President Palmisano.
Aye.
President Jenkins.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and those minutes have been accepted. Finally, we have the referral of petitions, communications, and reports to the proper committees. May I have that motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Councilmember Payne.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Vitaw.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Chaudhry.
Aye.
Vice President Palmisano.
Aye.
President Jenkins.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and those matters have been referred and will be taken up in the next term. The next order of business is reports from our standing committees, beginning with the report from the Budget Committee. And that report will be presented by the committee's chair, Councilmember Koski.
Thank you, Madam President. The Budget Committee is bringing forward 2 items today. Number 1 is COVID employee leave programs extension, and number 2 is the 2024 appointed, non-represented, and politically appointed employee salary schedules. I move approval of this Budget Committee's report.
Councilmember Koski has moved that committee's report. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Councilmember Payne.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Vitaw.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Chaudhry.
Aye.
Vice President Palmisano.
Aye.
President Jenkins.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and that committee's report is accepted. Next is the report from our Business Inspections, Housing, and Zoning Committee, and that report will be presented by the committee's chair, Councilmember Goodman.
Thank you, Madam President. The Business Inspections, Housing and Zoning Committee is bringing 32 items forward for approval this morning. Item 1, perhaps the most notable, is the mayor's appointment of Eric Hansen to be the future director and leader of the Community Planning and Economic Development Division. Item number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are all license requests, either sidewalk cafes or other extended hours license requests. Item number 8 is the TIF plan for 3030 Nicollet. Item 9 is an interim use permit at Malcolm Yards. Item 10 is the body art ordinance. Item 11 is a pedicab ordinance. Item 12 is a variance appeal. We will be granting the appeal and adopting the findings that the city attorney sent out to everyone via email this morning. Item 13 is an order to raise and remove a building at 3605 Columbus. Item 14 are the liquor license approvals. 15 are the renewals. 16 are the gambling license approvals. 17 is our spring 2023 Brownfield grant round. Item 18 is the grant application for employment and training. 19 is the Minnesota Association of Workforce Boards. Item 20 is a legislative directive regarding labor standards. Item 21 is a deadline extension for the Indigenous Peoples Task Force grant. Item 22 is a legislative directive with regard to TNC minimum compensation models. Item 23 are the Housing Committee appointments, and 24 are the Public Housing Committee appointments. Item 25 is allocating approximately $10 million to 10 projects out of our 2023 Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Item number 26 is the preliminary reservation of the 9% low-income housing tax credits for this year. Item 27 is returning to author a rezoning. Item 28 is regulating tobacco products ordinance. I'm wondering if, I think we're postponing this one cycle. We're referring it back to staff. Thank you. Item 29 is an ordinance regarding window cleaning. Item number 30 is the rental license, the rental dwelling pre-license ordinance. Item 31 is granting in part and denying in part an appeal for a project at 5005 Lindale Avenue South. And lastly, item number 32 is our Great Streets Facade Improvement Grant Program. With that, I will move all items for approval this morning, including moving back to staff the item regarding tobacco.
Thank you. Councilmember Goodman has moved the committee's report. Is there any discussion? Chair will recognize Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to note on item 7 that some issues came to light during the committee hearing about glass being in the alley and trash removal issues. And working with the Ward 1 office, I want to compliment you on Liam. He was really on this, so thank you, Council Member. But it seems that the neighbors are comfortable that we are addressing their issues as the owner, and I don't see Amy Lingo here today, but she was all over this, so thank you, Amy, wherever you are.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Councilmember Rainville. Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to offer some context on 3 items that my office is bringing forward that's reflected in this agenda. The first one being item 20, the Development Labor Standards Enforcement. This legislative directive was written by my office in collaboration with labor groups and city staff, and it is essentially an exploration of opportunities we could explore to strengthen labor standards regulation and enforcement at construction sites, specifically development of multi-unit housing. We all are aware that wage theft and labor violations are still incredibly common, and workers are exploited and physically injured far too often. That said, unions and workers centers have really stepped up on labor standards enforcement here at the city and want us to be the best partners possible in this work. We know the city can strengthen its ways and how it enforces and administer existing labor standards regulations in conjunction with our partners at the state, and really figuring out, the regulation gaps that we can fill. Next is item 22, is a comparative analysis of T&C minimum compensation models. Many of you are aware earlier this year during the discussion of the Fair Drive, Safe Rise policy, both the mayor and council expressed unified support for the goal of drivers earning minimum wage, which right now is $15. We took these comments seriously, and since then, our office, as well as the co-authors, Councilmember Chavez and Osmond, have met with our colleagues, as well as Mayor Fry's office, and since then have come up with 2 other additional compensation models that differ from the original proposal. So, we want to make sure we're doing our due diligence as co-authors, and have now asked staff to do an analysis of all 3 compensation models so that we can have, the data necessary to make the best decision come next year around ensuring that our rideshare drivers earn and are guaranteed a $15 minimum wage. And we're really excited to move that work forward and hopefully earn our colleagues' full support next year. Last is item 30, the rental dwelling pre-licensing ordinance. I spoke a bit on this during the public hearing, but many of you are also aware of this ordinance, so I'll be brief. This is, in response to the Identity DE Town fiasco, where over 500 students was displaced because a large-scale developer did not have the units ready as promised, and as they had charged those students through pre-leasing, specifically this ordinance, to finance the development. My office was, repeatedly contacted by students and university partners impacted by this, and we took it serious and got to work on figuring out what were some pre-leasing protections we can advance, and that's reflected in the ordinance in front of you today. And it gives renters 3 options now to exercise, one of 3 that they can exercise if they are faced with the situation where their property developer does not have their unit ready by the mandated move-in date in that, tenant's lease. I just want to extend a huge thank you to the students and university leaders, as well as organized labor, who were the engine behind getting this policy in front of us and hopefully passed today, as well as the city staff who worked with my office to make this happen. I see Director Enrique in the audience. And I also just want to hold this up as an example that while we are accustomed to policy making being a slow and drawn out process, there are actually lots of times where we can all work together to, respond quickly and decisively to pass policy measures that actually meet the needs of our residents and working class people. And I'm really excited that this is in front of us today. So with that, I want to offer some additional information on those 3 items, and that is all.
Thank you. Councilmember Ellison.
Thank you, Madam President. Just wanted to, I know this comes up every year. We fund affordable housing, but I'd be remiss to not thank staff for all of their work on the Affordable Housing Trust Fund awards and the 9% credits. And I know usually as council members, we're sort of combing through the agenda looking for where our wards might be getting some money. And Ward 5's not in there, but Ward 4 is. And as anybody will tell you, there's the ward boundary, which thank God, because that means we get 2 reps on the north side. But north side, as far as north side is concerned, there's no boundary, right? And so whenever I see Ward 4 on the agenda, especially when it comes to development projects, especially when it comes to affordable housing, I get really excited. And this project in particular is going to be on the river, and way back when Upper Harbor was being negotiated, and there were a lot of concerns in the community about what was going to go there and whether it was going to benefit the community. One of the absolute demands was that there be affordable housing as a part of that development. And so to see this be the first promise kept on that project, I think is really important. It helps build trust with community. And just wanted to thank staff for all their work and congratulate my colleague to the north. And that's all. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. And as you noted, I did look through and realized there's a project on 32nd and Nicollet Avenue that will bring about 62 units of affordable housing to low-income seniors and formerly homeless people into Ward 8. So very grateful for that. Councilmember Goodman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to first note that there were some conditions added to the license on item number 6 that need to be removed because those items have been resolved. Sorry, number 7. So I just wanted to, maybe we should pull number 7 to remove the conditions. I see the clerk shaking their head. I also just wanted to rise to the occasion to congratulate Eric Hansen. I noticed no one had said anything, and I do want to say something because I've had the good fortune to work with Eric for about 20 years during my time at CPED as well as his time during CPED. And I think the thing that's so special about this nomination is that this is someone who has really worked their way up through the system over a long period of time. Eric has been someone who has been committed to quality economic development in the city, very consistent with my values as it pertains to the use of public subsidy in the most challenging of all conditions. I had an opportunity yesterday to, and I would urge you all to read the mini staff survey where the results have been published on the city's internal website. And I looked through a whole number of departments, and I noted that at CPED, it seems to be one of the groups that has the highest level of satisfaction as it pertains to doing their jobs. It has the highest level of satisfaction as it pertains to feeling valued in the city and valued by the people who run CPED itself. That, for Mr. Hansen, is a really incredible sign that people at CPED Ed feel good about the work they do. They feel valued by the city, and they feel valued by their bosses. And as a leader in the Economic Development Division, Mr. Hansen managed a number of people. As the interim director, he managed all of the people, and the survey was taken, quite frankly, during that time. And so I'd urge us all to take a look at that survey and congratulate Mr. Hansen on his ability to work with the people in the department as well as the council and the public to ensure that we have a really positive economic, housing, and planning strategy going forward. I'm proud to support this nomination, thank the mayor for it, and congratulate Mr. Hansen on something that he has been looking forward to doing his entire career. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations, Director Hansen. Councilmember Payne.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to pull item 24.5 for a separate vote.
Councilmember Payne has requested to pull item number 24.5. And for a separate vote. So, seeing no further discussion, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on the Biz Committee report. No, it's fine. I didn't realize that Mayor Frye would like to speak, and I will recognize.
Thank you,
Mayor
Madam
Frye.
President. Just very briefly, I wasn't going to comment on Eric Hansen's appointment, given that I had spoken earlier, and it seems like things are moving forward smoothly, and I don't want to mess it up. But I just wanted to say, Eric, really a big congratulations. You got here because you've worked your tail off. You haven't quit. You've leaned into very tough conversations and have been at the forefront even when it's been hard. And so you're so deserving of this, and you've got an incredible team that you should be, and I know you are, proud to lead. And so thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor Frye. And I just realized that Mr. Hansen has joined us, so welcome. And, I am thrilled to support your nomination as well. We've worked together over many, many years on many projects, including helping small businesses during reconstruction of Lake Street and Nicollet Avenue, as well as during the pandemic and after the uprising to really, I think we met weekly to rebuild Broadway and Lake Street and to think about how do we recover from the devastating impacts of the uprisings coupled with global pandemic. And I have to say that we are on a great path. And thanks to your leadership, I think, as Councilmember Johnson stated earlier today, the future of Minneapolis is bright. So congratulations on your nomination, and looking forward to working with you. So, without any further ado, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the Biz Committee report, minus item number 24.5.
And just to clarify for the record, on number 7, I heard removing conditions on the granting of the license. Number 28 is referring back to staff.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Payne.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Vitaw.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Chaudhry.
Aye.
Vice President Palmisano.
Aye.
President Jenkins.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and we will now hear from Councilmember Payne relative to item number 24.5.
Thank you, Madam President. I spoke on this the last time it came before us, so I'm just ready to take the vote.
For the public, the vote is to appoint reappoint, thank you, Madeira Arredondo for council reappointment to serve on the Minneapolis Public Housing Authority. Seeing no further comments from my colleagues, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Payne.
Nay.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
No.
Councilmember Chavez.
No.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Nay.
Councilmember Chaudhry.
Aye.
Vice President Palmisano.
Aye.
President Jenkins.
Aye.
There are 9 ayes and 4 nays.
That carries, and that committee's report is completed. Next is the report from the Committee of the Whole, which will be presented by the Chair, Council Vice President Palmisano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The item we have coming forward from the Committee of the Whole, which we spent significant time on at committee, was the appointment of a new city operations officer. That would be the mayor's nomination of Margaret Anderson Kelleher. We had a lot of discussion. There were a lot of people in the room to speak on Ms. Anderson Kelleher's behalf, and it was originally forwarded without recommendation, and that was because there were some additional colleagues that wanted just a little bit more time to have a little bit more conversation and try to get to a yes. So with recognition that this was originally forwarded without recommendation to allow for that time, I think maybe with Councilmember Payne and Q, would you like to make the motion? Thank you.
I move to approve.
Councilmember Payne has moved this committee's report, or
Moved
I'm not
approval
even sure
of
that's
the-
your
yeah,
role, but
The committee's report is, the motion is to approve the mayor's nomination of Margaret Anderson Kelleher, and Councilmember Payne, I'm pleased, has made that motion, and I can second it if that's needed.
wonderful. All right, Councilmember Payne has moved the nomination, the mayor's nomination, as well as it's been seconded by Council Vice President. Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk. Oh, Councilmember Chugtai. He spoke. Councilmember Payne.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I just wanted to speak to, I was the one that made the motion to move without recommendation, because I wanted to make sure I was really thorough in my conversations in preparation for this vote. I've had the opportunity to speak really in depth and frankly with Ms. Anderson Kelleher. I've had very in-depth and frank conversations with the mayor, and you know, a lot of my hesitations were really grounded in how we have been moving forward with the implementation of the new government structure. I set forward a set of expectations around how we might work better together under this new government structure, and I feel like both my concerns and our hope for the future were shared across those conversations, and so I'm happy to support this today.
Wonderful. Councilmember Chugtai.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I just want to extend gratitude to everyone on this body. I think we, on Tuesday, were able to unanimously send this item forward to today's meeting without recommendation, and I think that was a really important. It was really important to me and meaningful to me that we were able to move together and do that. I will say, Director Anderson Kelleher, she's sitting in the audience, but when you were the very first appointment when I started as a new council member, and I was very proud to vote for you, and over I've said this to you privately, so I feel okay repeating it now publicly. I mean this with the utmost respect, but I came to regret that choice a little bit in the months that follow. Or I felt frustrated with myself for how I moved during that time. And in part, I think Councilmember Wansley spoke to this on Tuesday. It was about how difficult the actions around the council actions and disagreements between the council and the administration around Roof Depot and Hennepin Avenue felt. It was really a difficult time, and you were brand new in your role. You were just a couple months in when those started. And so, when I saw the announcement and heard that you were going to be nominated for this role, I'll be honest, I wasn't sure where I would land. I wasn't sure how I would vote today, but I have been fortunate to have a lot of conversations with colleagues here, and I've been fortunate to have several conversations with you since you were nominated, and I am thrilled that I took the time to do that, and I took the time to reflect on what the last 2 years have actually been like, and reflect on some of the hardest moments that we've been through together, and your leadership in those moments. You are someone who, take the example of Hennepin Avenue, it felt really difficult, and we worked through it, and you stayed, and you were such an important part. You were the critical piece in me and Councilmember Goodman moving through our disagreements and getting to a place of consensus and compromise. And neither of us walked away feeling good about the outcome or loving the outcome, but we all walked away knowing that the piece that we cared the most about was incorporated in the final product, and I don't believe that would have happened without you here. In the last couple of years, during markup just last week, and through some of our toughest moments, I have seen you be someone who is willing to roll up your sleeves. You are willing to be, for lack of a better term, an adult in the room, and you are willing to do everything it takes to get the work done. That is something that I admire about you, and it is very, very necessary in our city. Our residents need that. And then, I know that a new term, new leadership, whether it's elected or appointed, like in your case, is an opportunity for a reset of culture, a reset of norms, and I feel optimistic about the reset that we are going to go through in renewing our commitment to collaboration with one another, communication with one another, and I'm excited about that. That was one of the biggest things that we talked about in our conversations. And then, of course, I think it's important to name and note how exceptionally qualified you are for this job. You are, it is rare to see women in places of power and command rooms, command respect, and you are someone who does that, and I admire that. I look up to that. Thank you for setting that example. Thank you also for doing your part in making sure more people who carry marginalized identities are in the room and bringing us along with you and investing in our leadership. That does not go unnoticed. We are incredibly lucky that you are going to serve our city, that you have served our city. So the one other thing I'll name, I know that you're going to be someone who's going to support staff who do the employees who carry out all of the work that the city does to serve residents, and that you are committed to rooting out racism and misogyny in this workplace, and that it's really important work, and know that you have a lot of support from this body in doing that meaningfully. So that being said, I am excited to support you today, and I am grateful that you are willing to step up and serve our residents to deliver the changes and the services that they need. Thank you.
Councilmember Osman.
Thank you, Madam President. Director Margaret, me and you spoke. I told you how I felt, that when I needed you and the city leadership, including the mayor, that I felt like my community were not listened to. They were not considered. And regarding Carmel Mall parking and traffic flow during the holidays, and all our community wanted was a space for them to come and just enjoy like everyone else in uptown and downtown. We were given less attention, and in that moment, I wanted someone, a director who will advocate for me and my community. In this position, it's very important for council members to build relationship. Sometimes council members, we are left behind in conversations and making a big decisions. If that is a third precinct location conversation, if that is encampment process, an eviction, we need someone who would really give her a call or give it a opportunity for, hey, let's ask the council members from the ward what they think, because it's their residents. Let's ask the residents. Let's listen to the residents. As the public comments, many leaders in our state came and testified. I absolutely have all respect for your career, for what you have done. But for me, as a leader for my city, for my district, I want to be able to know that if you move forward today, which you will, that we have a role as a council members. We are the first contact residents will be calling. And if we don't have the answer, it's a problem. I want to be able to talk to the leaders, talk to the administrations, and find solutions together. I don't want to learn big decisions throughout the paper or an email early in the morning. I want to be able to be included in the conversations. I want to be able to, when my residents write a petition based on what works for their what works for their district, what works for their block, when it comes to cultural Pacific, when it comes to different things like that, we want them to be considered. We want them to say, hey, we're not going to use the same brush for everyone in the city. We want to be able to consider that there's a cultural corridors, there's a, Latino and East African that might have a, different way of approaching. We want to be able to work around that because we serve in all residents. So with that being said, this role is very, very important, and I hope that, you can be that bridge that works between the leadership and the council members, when I say administration, mayor's office, and council members, to really bring all of us together to make a decision moving forward. That's my comment. Thank you.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, Madam President. Director Anderson Kelleher, I am proud to say that I know that you're going to be ready for this job on day one. That is without a question, and that's really exciting for our city. I really appreciated the conversations that you and I had, especially coming in as a new council member. We talked a lot about the feelings that I heard from residents in my ward, and we talked about government dysfunction. And residents in my ward, door after door, would bring up, I just want to see local government work. It doesn't feel functional, and I want to see functional government. And I was like, yes, me too, and that will be one of my number one goals, to make this work, to build consensus, to find the bridges that we're looking for. And we talked through a laundry list of different things that I brought forward as concerns and thoughts and ideas, and you really listened. And the weight of this role is really helping us across this new era of local government that our residents are really looking for. And going back to collaboration, whether it's figuring out how we're going to address homelessness, whether it's figuring out how we're going to keep our community safe, empowering community voices in different projects like 3000 Minnehaha. We've talked a lot of these things. I believe that you're up to this task, and that is why I will be enthusiastically supporting you today, and I'm looking forward to the collaboration that we're all going to take a big step forward into.
Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you. Soon to be COO Anderson. I'm here to help you do your job. Know that, please. And I just appreciate that you are willing to serve the city. The city is run by its professional staff as much as it's run by the elected officials. And it's so important to have solid professional staff, of which you are a shining example. So thank you for stepping up and helping our city prosper.
Councilmember Koski.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to say, too, and reiterate, like I said on Tuesday, I have been interviewing Margaret Anderson Kelleher for this role the entire time she's been here. So little did she know. And so I am thrilled, I am honored to be able to support you in this today. I also want to thank Mayor Fry for making this nomination. I know that this is an incredibly difficult part of your role, is deciding who your cabinet leaders are, and you have to deliberate and think through that. And I'm grateful that you have chosen Margaret Anderson Kelleher for this. I see us being able to continue this great work that the city residents deserve, yearn for, and I'm excited for this. So thank you so much for stepping up. Thank you for wanting to continue to serve the city of Minneapolis and elevate the skills that you have and show all of us what you can do. So thank you.
Thank you. As I stated on Tuesday, I was thrilled to support your nomination to be the Director of Public Works. I thought that you would bring a level of strategic thinking and stability to the leadership in the city of Minneapolis, and I think that will even be more influenced and evident in this new role. And so thrilled to be able to support your nomination today. Councilmember Vito. Oh, Mayor Fry.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, just briefly, the caliber that Margaret has in her resume, past experience is truly second to none. She will, as has been shown by a number of council members on the dais today, be able to foster a great deal of partnership and cooperation. Those two words, I think, ring true today. And notably, from an historic context, this will be the first time in our city's history that we will have a fully permanent cabinet in place. And so this vote is a big deal. Council members, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Fry. Seeing no further discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Osmond.
Nay.
Councilmember Payne.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Vito.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Nay.
Councilmember Chaudhry.
Aye.
Vice President Palmisano.
Aye.
President Jenkins.
Aye.
There are 11 ayes and 2 nays.
That carries, and that committee's report is adopted. And congratulations, Director Anderson Kelleher. Next is our Policy and Government Oversight Committee. That report will be presented by the chair, Councilmember Ellison.
Thank you, Madam President. The Policy and Government Oversight Committee are bringing forward 36 items for approval. One is passage of a resolution for a gift acceptance for Big Cities Health Coalition of travel expenses, including flight, lodging, ground transportation, and appropriate incidentals. Two is a HUD Community Project Funding Grant application and acceptance for North Commons Park Improvement Project. Three is approving a Capital Long Range Improvement Committee appointment. Four is accepting a bid for reinforced manhole covers. Five is accepting a bid for public sidewalk, snow, and ice removal. Six is accepting a bid for a large area turf establishment. Seven is accepting a bid for Douglas North Neighborhood Curb Ramp Improvement Project. 8 is authorizing master contract with the University of Minnesota for research, consulting, and technical assistance services. 9 is authorizing a master contract for the eligible providers of workforce development services for 2021 through 2025. 10 is authorizing a contract with Shaw Linquist Associates, Inc. for the MBC Mechanical and Life Safety and City Hall Office Improvements Phase 3C project. 11 is authorizing contract with B2B Technology, Inc. for PeopleSoft Administration Services. 12 is authorizing a contract with Independent Emergency Services for a shared and hosted next generation 911 call handling system. 13 is authorizing a contract with LifeTech EMS LLC for emergency medical services at the Minneapolis Convention Center. 14 is authorizing a contract with Rave Wireless, Inc. for a software as a service mass notification system. 15 is authorizing contracts to support evidence-based opioid addiction treatment services. 16 is authorizing a contract amendment with Rachel Consulting LLC for Kmart demolition project. 17 is authorizing a contract amendment with Tool Design Group for engineering and design services for the First Avenue South reconstruction and bridge over Greenway project. 18 is authorizing a contract amendment with Tri Construction for tenant improvements for neighborhood safety at 927 West Broadway. 19 is authorizing a contract amendment with Trapeze Software Group, Inc., doing business as AssetWorks LLC for licensing, support, and maintenance and hosting of fleet and fuel management software. 20 is authorizing a contract amendment with Terminal 4, Inc. for support and maintenance of the city's website. 21 is authorizing a contract amendment with Verint Americas, Inc. for 311 Lagan system. 22 is authorizing a contract amendment with PCI Road LLC to provide pavement profiling and roto-milling services. 23 is authorizing a contract amendment with T-Zac Concrete, Inc. for the Whittier Safe Routes to Schools project. 24 is authorizing a contract amendment with Spriggs Plumbing and Heating, Inc. for the Target Center sanitary piping repair project. 25 is authorizing contract amendments with Grease Leinhardt Allen, PLLP for workers' compensation and legal services. 26 is authorizing a contract amendment with Paragon Restoration 2, Inc. for the Target Center floor repair and coating project. 27 is also authorizing a contract amendment with Zytec Concrete, Inc. for the Lindale Avenue North pedestrian improvement project. 28 is authorizing a contract amendment with Versacon, Inc. for Fire Station Number 8 miscellaneous improvements project. 29 is authorizing contract amendments with Infor Public Sector, Inc. and Evolve Software Corp. for continued licensing, maintenance, and support for the city's enterprise land management system, as well as to migrate to software as a service version. 30 is approving a legal settlement, Kenesha Gilmer versus City of Minneapolis and John Vink. 21 is approving a legal settlement, Yelima Arguello versus the City of Minneapolis. 32 is a worker compensation claim of Logan Johansson. This was forwarded without recommendation. 33 is a legal settlement workers' compensation claim of Mohammed Abdullahi. This was forwarded for approval. 34 is a legal settlement workers' compensation claim of Peter Brazeau, which was forwarded with no recommendation. And 35 is a legal settlement for a worker compensation claim of Andrew Braun, which was forwarded without recommendation. and 36 is authorizing a master contracts with various vendors for eligible providers of climate, energy, and sustainability services. You know, my favorite thing about the POGO agenda is that people can leave and come back, and they still have so many items to listen to. There are the three items, 32, 34, and 35, which were forwarded without recommendation. And so I voted against those items. I voted for them to be forwarded without recommendation, but I did vote against them. I understand that with these worker compensation claims, staff has been handed a really tall hill to climb. We've paid, I believe, $30 million in these PTSD claims. I think that the public has a lot of questions. Council members have a lot of questions. I'm looking at the city attorney to make sure I don't say anything illegal. But mostly, I think that they're just a really tough thing for our staff to navigate, for the public to understand, and for council members to figure out how to navigate. I voted for 99% of these, and probably will continue to vote for 99% of them. But they cost the city a lot of money, and so I wanted to explain to my colleagues what the conversation at POGO was, why we had that conversation, and I think at the end of the day, while I understand what the legal advice is, and City Attorney Nielsen was. Our attorney on the committee was very clear about what our council's legal advice is, which is to approve these. I think that for the sake of transparency, for the sake of the public, it's good for us to have this discussion as best as we possibly can without getting into the particulars, without getting into things that we actually cannot talk about. So just wanted to explain that and say that I will move forward the POGO agenda minus items, I believe 32, 34, and 35, and we can leave those to any further discussion. So thank you to my colleagues, and I can stand for any questions, but otherwise I'll move the rest of the agenda.
Thank you, Councilmember Ellison. Councilmember Ellison has moved the POGO Committee's report and has pulled items 32, 34, and 35 for a separate vote.
Yes, yep.
And so I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. Or first, I will check to see if there's any comments from my colleagues. Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm wondering if our city attorney could remind us of the law that we're operating under from the state and the results if we disobey that law. Thank you.
Madam City Attorney.
Council President, Councilmember Rainville, council members. And essentially the way that workers' compensation works in the state of Minnesota is, number one, the employee has to prove that they sustained an injury. Number two, that injury was sustained in the course and scope of their employment. And then number three, the extent of their damages. Beyond that, it is an entitlement. Workers' compensation, it's sort of the benefit of the bargain with employees is they can't pursue tort claims if they are injured related to their work. So they've got this workers' compensation system that provides for payment of medical expenses, work expenses, et cetera, when they sustain a work-related injury. So there's not a lot to litigate. Right, once it's been established that there is an injury and it's work-related, and we come to an understanding of what the damages are, there's not a lot to litigate. It's not that you violate the law by not approving the settlements, but what you do is then send us to actually hearing where. Workers' compensation judge then, hears all of the arguments. But at the end of the day, if it is found to be a work-related injury, workers' compensation is an entitlement. That's the way that the system works in Minnesota. There's no exceptions for, misconduct or anything of that sort. If that is, that's something that would have to change in state law. So One of the things that the body could consider is amending the IGR agenda to try to get some changes in state law relating to the workers' compensation system. But the way it works is really pretty straightforward.
Thank you.
Does that answer your questions?
Yes, it does. So we would be, if we deny these claims and then we go to a hearing, would we be responsible for more? Would the claims go higher?
Council President, Councilmember Rainville, I mean, I don't know anything about these particular cases. What I can say is, when we put forward settlements, that generally means that we think that it's a good value, given the risks and the benefits and the time to litigate and all of those things. So if we went to hearing, the judicial officer obviously makes findings. It could wind up that we pay less. It could wind up that we pay more. And again, I mean, I don't want to speak about any of these particular cases, but sort of the general idea that, as long as, again, we feel that it's been established, or at least, the system is in some respects sort of a strict system, and the settlements that are brought before you because city staff and our outside counsel believe that they're a good, ultimately a good deal for the city.
Thank you, City Attorney.
Councilmember Ellison.
Thank you, City Attorney Anderson, and thank you, Councilmember Rainville. I think it's a fair question. Wanted to see if I could add a little context, unless I missed it. And City Attorney Anderson, feel free to jump in if I get anything wrong here. I think the one thing that is unique about these claims is that usually a worker would have to prove that they were injured at work. When it comes to PTSD claims for a first responder, the presumption under the law is that you got the injury at work, and I think that's difficult, right? I want to fully acknowledge that our staff are, when they feel it is appropriate, they are trying to litigate some of these. I don't think we can go too in depth on that. We've discussed it a little bit in closed session, but I also think that we've got to develop a strategy to address these in some kind of meaningful way. If we don't, we're essentially resigning ourselves to potentially dozens of these and millions of dollars of worth of these per year. And we're not the only municipality that's going to pay those out. We're not the only municipality that have been paying those out. And I think that there has to be a way for there to be more due diligence. I think that the sort of special exception, what feels like a special exception to me with this law, essentially creates a wide open door where it's really difficult to do diligence. It's really difficult for us to disprove under the law. I think that it's costing taxpayers a lot of money, and I don't have a better way to generate this conversation than to occasionally, on the cases that I and other council members feel are most egregious, to vote against them. I do think I would love to talk to our city attorney about things that we could be proposing on the IGR agenda and what makes the most sense. And those are all future conversations that I think that I'm interested in having. But Councilmember Rainville's questions are fair questions. And I just wanted to acknowledge both just a little bit more added context, but also thank you for the question.
Thank you, Councilmember. Before I recognize Councilmember Payne, I want to give the city attorney a chance to respond.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to actually echo what Councilmember Ellison said. The presumption for work-relatedness is actually part of state statute. So again, when there's a legal presumption, that's how you go into the case, and then it's actually the employer's responsibility to try to rebut that. It's a very, very hard burden. So again, what you're really looking at, if you want change in this arena is really looking at proposals to change in state statute.
Thank you. Councilmember Payne.
Thank you, Madam President. I too have fairly consistently voted for these given a lot of the legal analysis associated with it. And I do recall that the majority of this body actually did vote down one of these. It was, I think, one of the most egregious examples. It was, I believe, Officer Battelle, who was involved with the Jaleel Stallings beating. We did vote that down by majority, and I did have an opportunity to be briefed by our risk mitigation staff and our outside counsel about these cases. And my question was, where was the Battelle case in terms of the outcome of that? That's still moving through the process, and I'm really curious to see what the outcome of that is, because I feel if that case doesn't get us a better outcome, there's nothing that's going to get us a better outcome, because that is the most egregious that I've seen, and we've seen a lot of egregious police misconduct in our time in just the short 2-year term. So I will likely be voting to approve these amendments today, because I'm still waiting to see what the outcome of that Battelle case is. But we really do need to figure out a different path, because this is not sustainable.
Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to share, kind of like in the line of what Councilmember Ellison highlighted, just discussion points that came up in committee around these particular settlements, and also in thinking of former Officer Battelle. I want to make it very clear for the public record, fully aware that misconduct or histories of misconduct is not legitimate or legal grounds for dismissing these PTSD claims. The thing that was raised with the Battelle case is these officers also have a pattern of dishonesty, which, as Councilmember Ellison highlighted, you go into the claims process with the presumption that not only did the person or first responder incur the PTSD while on the site, that they're also being honest and forthcoming. With Battelle, it was public record showing that he had lied multiple times, and that resulted in the dismissal of Jaleel Stallings' case. I named a little bit about the backgrounds of these officers, but one of them burning fouls at the 3rd precinct, the other one shooting a projectile in the eye of a journalist. The other officer, and this is around dishonesty and whether or not you had PTSD, while on site, they trained and promoted over 150 officers that had records of misconduct. And that theme in itself, if you want to talk about encouraging a toxic, hostile work environment in which outcomes like PTSD can come or arise in, that's a clear example where why would you have an officer in charge of promoting people who have not been part of creating a better workplace culture? So I at least wanted to highlight there was the conversations and discussion around this theme of honesty, of the records, public records of dishonesty that has been demonstrated by some of the officers that we're considering today for these claims, as in the case of Battelle, and just wanted to say, as we think through next year, how we could be evaluating or reevaluating our legal strategy around these compensation claims, be it through changing state statute, but also at the policy level, and not just at the policy level, but more importantly, legally. How can we reassess also our legal strategies to take that into account as we're navigating potential changes for, state statutes, to make sure that we're not in a predicament where, again, maybe there are some other first responders that might see this as an opportunity to abuse a necessary safety net for first responders. I don't think anyone wants that. There's been shared thoughts that this, at least from the public, that has happened in light or in the wake of George Floyd's murder. And we just want to make sure that there's more safeguards in place, and we're doing everything possible to make sure that that exploitation, that abuse cannot happen, and that we're actually curbing any type of practices that allows a culture where PTSD just festers. So I wanted to highlight that for the public record in light of advice from our city attorneys as well, of how many of us who have voted against these claims, we're very aware of it, cognizant of the challenges, also cognizant of the pathways for, correcting these issues, but I at least wanted the public record to reflect that as we're talking about that today.
Thank you, Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate this discussion. I think many cities are paying attention to what we're doing, and I hope our state legislators are paying attention to this discussion. And in my briefing, I had a conversation about this body getting a briefing on what is the result of the outcome of the proceedings regarding the workers' comp case with Officer Patel. I have a question for the city attorney, just a clarification point. Is my understanding correct that if we move forward with legal settlement, a key difference is legal settlements is we have a fund where it's just paid out, and then if we go to court or whatever proceedings and we are found to have to deliver the worker services, our city employees or our city enterprise is responsible for disseminating that workers' comp?
Council President, Councilmember Chowdhury, I'm not sure I completely understand your question. So settlement, the settlement at the end of the day, it gives you closure. It's paid out of any settlement is paid out of a workers' compensation fund, that the city has.
Can I clarify?
Yeah.
I think the question that I'm getting at is there a larger burden on the city when we don't settle to get out that workers' compensation over time versus settling?
Council President, Councilmember Chowdhury, yes, insofar as if the judgment of the workers' compensation, court or court of appeals, wherever it lands, is larger than the settlement payment, then that's a larger financial burden for the city. It can include the cost of rehab services over time. It can include costs of, medical costs over time. So what happens with the settlement is that we agree to a full, final, and complete. So we know exactly how much it's going to cost, and not ever any more than that. Right. So when we don't settle, if we wind up losing at hearing, then it's harder to predict the cost because they could be ongoing.
Yeah, and you
Does that make sense?
Yeah, and you said overtime. So to me, that indicates that our city staff would have to work overtime to make sure that happens.
Council President, Councilmember Chowdhury, no, I don't mean overtime as in FLSA overtime. I mean over the period of time, we might be responsible for additional costs of expanded medical care.
Yeah, that's kind of the answer I was looking for.
Things like that.
Versus in a settlement, we wouldn't have that longer period of time where our city staff would be engaged in getting out money, using staff time, that type of thing.
Potentially, yes. Either way, whether it's a settlement or if it's a judgment, the amounts come from city accounts. So yes, you're right that if there's, if we lose that hearing and there's, ongoing medical payments, whatever, ongoing payments, then yes, our staff would be responsible for processing those sorts of things, but different from FLSA overtime.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Vice President Palmisano.
I don't want to continue this conversation. I think it's really dangerous when we talk about honesty of specific officers based on Google searches here on the dais. I do want to point out to my colleagues that we have a meeting next week to talk about how can we do better in this next term in regards to everybody up here having a full understanding of how we might approach this topic as a whole in the future and the ramifications that that will have in terms of resource needs for our city attorney's office, in terms of the amount of money we will end up spending as a city, and about what's best for these officers. I think you all know that I've been very interested, concerned, and involved in some of these topics of officer wellness, and I will remain committed to them, but we really need to have a conversation about what some of the things talked about up here really mean. I also want to bring to your attention that we were forwarded public comment this morning from the ex-wife of one of these officers, and I really encourage you to read it. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President Palmisano. Councilmember Ellison.
Not going to say too much. Just want to say that the discussion of honesty, because I want to make this real clear, was in regards to a court case in which that officer was found to have lied as a part of the case. And so I just want to nobody's up here making accusations. We're talking about a factual basis in a recent case. And otherwise, I think that your point is well taken, and I agree with you on all fronts.
Thank you. I put myself in queue. I voted to support these really challenging and distasteful would be putting it mildly. But, it is the recommendation of our staff that gives us the assurance that we are fulfilling our fiduciary responsibility to make sure that we are limiting the amount of liability that the city is responsible for. And so that is and continues to be my rationale. And however really challenging these votes are. And so, seeing no further discussion, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on the committee's report, minus items 32, 34, and 35.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Wait,
Coun-
I'm confused.
I'm sorry, is there a question?
No, never mind.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Payne.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Chaudhry.
Aye.
Vice President Palmisano.
Aye.
President Jenkins.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
And next we will take up items number 32, 34, and 35.
I assume, Madam President, we'll vote on each of these independently, so the first would be item 32.
I
Well,
think we
that's
could take
what I was
them as
going to ask.
I think we could take these as
Motion.
as a block, if that's acceptable to the clerks.
The author of the motion has agreed to take these matters up as one block. Seeing as we've had some pretty extensive conversation about these items, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Payne.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye. Oh, nay, sorry.
Councilmember Chavez.
Nope.
Councilmember Ellison.
No.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Nay.
Councilmember Chaudhry.
Aye.
Vice President Palmisano.
Aye.
President Jenkins.
Aye.
There are 9 ayes and 4 nays.
That carries, and that committee's report is adopted. Next, we have the report from the Public Health and Safety Committee, which will be presented by the Chair, Councilmember Vital.
Thank you, Madam President. The Public Health and Safety Committee is bringing forward 19 items. Item 1 is the passage of an ordinance amending provisions related to the Neighborhood Revitalization Program. This item was sent forward without recommendation. Item 2 is the passage of an ordinance removing stigmatizing language from the Minneapolis Code of Ordinances relating to high-risk sexual conduct. Item 3 is approving appointments to the Homegrown Minneapolis Food Council. Item 4 is accepting a grant to address regional drug threats. Item 5 is accepting a National Forensic Sciences Improvement Grant from the Minnesota Department of Public Safety. Item 6 is accepting a Community-Oriented Policing Services Hiring Grant from the U.S. Department of Justice. Item 7 is authorizing an amendment to the Joint Powers Agreement with the Minnesota BCA for Human Trafficking Investigations, Crime Analyst Support. Item 8 is authorizing a contract with the City of Crystal for traffic enforcement for the state's Towards Zero Death Program. Item 9 is accepting a grant from the Office of Justice Programs for a student internship program with the Police Department. Item 10 is accepting a Hazardous Materials Emergency Preparedness Grant for hazmat training and incidents response. Item 11 is accepting a grant from the Minnesota Division of Homeland Security to prepare for emergencies and disasters. Item 12 is accepting a grant from the Minnesota Division of Homeland Security to enhance emergency management capabilities. Item 13 is accepting a grant from the Medica Foundation for an anti-stigma campaign and pilot an on-site substance use disorder project. Item 14 is accepting a grant amendment from the Minnesota Department of Health for implementation of evidence-based family home visiting services. Item 15 is amending a previous council action related to contracts with organizations for the Partnership Engagement Fund. Item 16 is the passage of a resolution to support the formation of Longfellow Community Energy, Inc. Item 17 is a contract for service agreement with Hennepin County to respond to social determinants of health. Item 18 is a Food Matters grant from the Natural Resources Defense Council to support creation of 4 videos for food waste prevention. And item 19 is a joint powers agreement between the City of Minneapolis Special School District Number 1, the Park and Recreation Board, and Hennepin County related to Youth Coordinating Board. I'll move approval of these items except for item 1, which I'll pull for a separate vote and discussion.
Thank you. Councilmember Vital has moved that committee's report, pulling item number 1 for a separate vote and discussion. The chair will recognize Councilmember Payne.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to give some context to a couple items. The COPS grant, I originally voted against applying for this. I felt that the reality of our staffing led this to be somewhat of a waste of staff time, just in the fact that even if we were to be awarded the grant, it isn't going to meaningfully change our staffing numbers. We're already budgeted at 731, and we're well below that number. That vote passed this body, and so today we're taking a different decision, and that's to accept the award. And there are restrictions to this money in terms of it can only exclusively be used for staffing, but I do believe it does relieve some budget pressure off of the department. And I just want to set a very clear expectation for item number 9. This is the grant for extending our internship program. I have voted against the internship program targeting high school students. This one is to extend this program to college-age students. That's by way of the RCA. It's really important to me that we keep this focused on college students, and it's especially important to me that we begin the process of turning this not into exclusively a police recruiting tool, but a public safety recruiting tool, and have a rotation program, because I think one of the biggest barriers for us to meet our staffing goals is the reputation of the department. And I think one of the ways to address some of those concerns is to try to recruit people into some of our other public safety divisions, whether that's 911, emergency management, fire. I think giving people access to, or especially our alternatives, giving people access into this kind of ecosystem of public safety, I think is going to help with the overall recruiting for public safety, whether they choose policing or one of our other public safety systems. So I just want to be very clear about those expectations. And then finally, I just really want to thank Council President's leadership on the high-risk sexual conduct ordinance. We brought this forward, and I was extremely moved by some of the public comments during the public hearing. It made me doubly committed to working towards repealing this ordinance, in fact, because it's caused a lot of harm over the years. And I heard there's a really, really moving story about somebody who was first tested for HIV at a bathhouse because his healthcare provider in his rural town actually refused to even meet with him because of his sexual identity. And so this type of ordinance, although I'm really grateful that we are destigmatizing it, modernizing it, there's still an opportunity to really address the public health concerns around it. But I'm grateful to Council President's leadership on this. I'm grateful to Claire Kingstad in Ward 12 for all of her leadership on this. She did a lot of the heavy lifting, and also Council President's staff, Deba Sardar, also did a lot of leadership on this. So I'm just really grateful for all of that work.
Thank you, Councilmember Payne, and thank you for your support on that effort. Particularly, it is heartening recognizing that we just acknowledged and recognized World AIDS Day earlier this week. And to be able to shift the narrative on HIV and AIDS, as it historically was a death sentence, and now it has become a chronic illness in which many people are living full and healthy lives, managing that disease, and it's time that our language and ordinances match those efforts. The chair will recognize Councilmember Chaudhary.
I just wanted to take a moment to speak to that quick as well. Claire Kingstad in Ward 12 really took some time with me as I was coming into the office to speak to how powerful and important this amendment is, and I just wanted on her behalf to help give some of the thank yous, and a thank you to her as well. Thank you to staff Ben Carrier, Deva Sardar, Kate Nelson, our health department staff, Sarah Scheel, Louisa Brandau, community health partners at Rainbow Health, the Aliveness Project, and the Sex Workers Outreach Project. I'm really proud to be able to get an opportunity to vote yes for this ordinance, and I just thank Councilmember Payne and Council President for all your work on this.
Thank you, Councilmember, and I do want to just emphasize that this is not the end of this work. It will continue. Seeing no further discussion, I will ask the clerk to call a roll on the committee's report, noting that we are pulling item number 1 for second discussion and vote.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Payne.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye on all except item number 9.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye on everything, no on 9.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye on all except 6 and 9.
Councilmember Chaudhry.
Aye.
Vice President Palmisano.
Aye.
President Jenkins.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes in the report, except for item number 6, which has 1 nay, and item number 9, which have 3 nays.
Thank you, and I will recognize Councilmember Vital to introduce item number 1.
Thank you, Madam President. I think Council Vice President Palmisano is going to bring forward the neighborhood revitalization amendment.
Council Vice President Palmisano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In committee, and you'll see, actually, there should be all if the clerk would please add Councilmember Ellison's name as an author to this motion. Everybody in committee received some really good report and work by our NCR office about Neighborhood Revitalization Program Policy Board ordinances, and the changes that we asked to make after committee were essentially about how to do absentee voting, nominations from the floor, and the option to write in a candidate for this policy board. And NCR took our feedback and reflected them in these modifications. So I think we're ready to move forward. We had some good discussion and people speaking about these changes in committee, and I think we're at a good place. The concern originally voiced by Councilmember Wansley and shared with myself was just to be a little bit more explicit with some of these other ways to make sure everybody's included. So I will go ahead and move this item for approval.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, Madam President. Council Vice President, you summarized the gist of this amendment pretty well. This is in response to, the feedback that we heard, that I know my office has heard directly from neighborhood org leaders in my ward around making sure that they have representation at the elections, at the upcoming community conference, and really figuring out other alternative ways in which people can exercise their right to vote and be present, and be able to select new leadership in representation or for the NRP policy board. So I'm really glad that staff was able to work with our offices, be able to, listen to that feedback from our constituents and be able to bring this motion forward. And just want to say thank you again, Steve Gallagher, for your work on this. And that is all, and hope my colleagues can support it.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on item number 1, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Payne.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Vital.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Chaudhry.
Aye.
Vice President Palmisano.
Aye.
President Jenkins.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and that report is adopted. Our next committee report is the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, and that report will be presented by the Vice Chair, Councilmember Chugtai.
Thank you, Madam President. The Public Works and Infrastructure Committee is bringing forward 14 items. Item number 1 is the passage of an ordinance amending the code related to operations regarding stormwater coordination with the Park and Recreation Board. Item number 2 is passage of an ordinance amending the code, adding a new section related to parkway paving, repair, and reconstruction. Item number 3 is the passage of an ordinance amending the code in the form of a complete revision related to permit application, review, issuance, and restrictions on the operation of parades, races, and block events, as well as amendments to the license fee schedule. Item number 4 is approving the concept layout for the Phillips Traffic Safety Project. Item number 5 is accepting a U.S. Department of Transportation grant through Met Council for the 5th Street Transit Center. Item number 6 is authorizing negotiation and execution of an agreement with MnDOT and Hennepin County for the University Avenue Southeast and 4th Street Southeast Street Improvement Project. Item number 7 is authorizing an agreement with Hennepin County for road maintenance. Item number 8 is authorizing an agreement with Metro Transit for Lyndale Avenue South Transit Signal Priority. Item number 9 is approving capital project closeouts with appropriation, bond reallocation, and revenue adjustments to the other projects requiring additional funding within the city's capital project and enterprise funds. Item number 10 is authorizing the submittal of grant applications to the Minnesota Department of Transportation for 2024 Federal Highway Safety Improvement Program funds. Item number 11 is authorizing negotiations to acquire easements related to the Johnson Street Northeast and 35W reconstruction project if needed. Item number 12 is amending the street lighting policy to reclassify First Avenue South from Franklin Avenue East to Lumen Lane to a pedestrian street lighting corridor. Item number 13 was sent forward without recommendation and is updates to the parking and mobility services fee and rate schedule. Item number 14 is approving the nomination of Steve Kramer to the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District Board of Managers. I will move approval of items 1 through 12 and 14. And I will pull item number 13 for a separate discussion, and Chair Koski will move that item for approval when we get to it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Vita.
Thank you, Madam President. I just quickly wanted to speak to item 2, the Parkway Ordinance. I want to first thank the mayor for adding funding in his budget to address some of the parkway repairs, and this ordinance just complements that. President Forney was here, but she had to leave, and so I want to thank President Meg Forney of the Park Board for sitting here with us for some time, and then Park Board staff and city staff for working on this ordinance together. This Parkway Ordinance ensures that we have funding to fix our parkways ongoing, and so thank you, Mayor Fry. Thank you to my staff who helped work on this as well.
Thank you. And I should note that Council Member Chuck Ty did move that committee's report minus item number 13, and the Chair will recognize Councilmember Koski.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to speak to item number 1, the stormwater ordinance, and again, kind of layer on what Councilmember Vita said here is really thank the mayor's team and our public works team, specifically Brett Jelly, for really working with our park board. And I know park board president was here, had to leave because we are definitely going longer than probably she expected, but just the partnership that we're showing with the park board and really making sure that we're taking care of our residents with some of our most basic needs. So just wanted to call that out. And then also just want to just say thank you to Steve Kramer, item number 14, his nomination for the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District Board Managers. As you all know, he recently has stepped off as our downtown council leader, and the fact that he is willing to continue to step up to this work and continue to serve the city of Minneapolis the way he always has. But he just lives blocks from the creek, and so I couldn't think of anybody better to be able to represent our city on this board. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Koski. Seeing no further discussion, clerk, please call the roll on that committee's report minus item number 13.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Payne.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Vice President Palmisano.
Aye.
President Jenkins.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and next we will consider item number 13 from the Public Works Committee report. Councilmember Chugtai.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to just speak to this item and for the colleagues that are not on the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, just want to make sure that we all have a shared understanding about what this item is. So item number 13, it increases the fees for tows and daily storage to the impound lot. This item was held in committee for 2 cycles. And I had a chance to talk very extensively with our staff in Public Works who were really gracious with their time. And, I feel like I learned a lot from our conversation, was pushed in my thinking on this issue. So an example of that, the impound lots operational budget doesn't live in the general fund. It is expected to run a deficit, this increase is supposed to account for the deficit it's going to run. And like that is a legitimate complication in all of this, and we've started conversations with Director Anderson Kelleher, who will not be the Director of Public Works for long, but just around changing where the budget for the impound lot lives and moving it into the general fund where costs can more easily be absorbed. So that's one fact here. I am also really grateful that in the cycle when we held this over, that Public Works made some I think important and notable changes to this proposal. So specifically, this increased fee schedule won't apply to tows that are attributed to snow emergencies and street sweeping. For context, every year there are about 30,000 tows that happen in the city of Minneapolis, and 1 in 3 of those are attributed to a snow emergency or a street sweep. For me, my core concern, and like that's a really important change that Public Works made, and I want to thank them for that. For me, my core concern remains the same on this issue. Tows to the impound lot overwhelmingly come from communities from our city's poorest, most racially and ethnically diverse, and most renter-dense neighborhoods. That is just a fact. And that remains the same whether it's during snow emergencies, street sweeps, or not. From personal experience, being an elder sister, not just to my biological siblings, but also to a lot of people in my community and my chosen family, like I have been to the impound lot a lot of times. Twice for myself, and then maybe a dozen times accompanying other people in my life. All of these were at different times of year. They were all for different reasons. Throughout every single one of these experiences, what was true is the overwhelming amount of people who were that disproportionately the people who are in the impound lot trying to get their vehicles back are people of color. Disproportionately. That has always been true each time I have been. And disproportionately, they are people who are have so much panic and fear and anxiety, and you can see it in their eyes, you can see it on their body, because they're trying to figure out how to get their vehicle back, and the amount of money that they have to pay, though it may seem small, is detrimental to them and their financial well-being. I've heard people on the phone, with their loved ones trying to borrow money to get their vehicle back so they can get to work. I know personally when my car was towed, it was at a time when I used to daily storage. That amount of money may not seem like a lot, but for people who live in the communities that are most impacted by towing, it has the capacity to be devastating. So all that being said, this feels to me like an unintended poor tax. And so I can't support it. I understand. So I'm not asking you to consider that or make different choices, but just wanted to name how and why I landed where I did. So thank you.
Councilmember Koski.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I just want to thank Councilmember Chugtai for just her due diligence on this item. I think, often we get into committee and we're working on different items and we see some of these fees and rate schedules, and she's done this now a couple times, and it really helps us pause and really think through. As Councilor Chugtai said, she is not here asking us necessarily to switch our thoughts and ideas, but to really start to consider too the impacts of this. And I really appreciate your personal stories and understanding of this, and I commit to making sure that we are looking into this more deeply as we continue on into the next term. And I know that this is we're balancing. We're balancing being able to make sure that we're continuing to increase revenue into the city of Minneapolis to support all sorts of types of programs. We're also balancing between making sure that we're taking care of specifically our most marginalized communities. And so with that today, as Councilmember Chugtai said, I will be moving forward, moving this item number 13 for approval.
Thank you. Councilmember Ellison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As somebody who's not a part of the committee, I'm really grateful for the discussion and the context that I've gotten. I do know how I experienced the impound lot of, as somebody who serves Ward 5, which is basically where the lot is. I'm not inclined to support it for all of the reasons that Councilmember Chugtai explained, and don't think I will today. Essentially every snow emergency, I do have a constituent who will call me down and essentially ask me to go apologize to everybody in the impound lot. And in all seriousness, it is a real hardship for folks. I would want to understand from the committee members, what's the implication of not passing this? What's the real world effect, I suppose?
Council President, maybe.
Can we have one speaker in queue, please, to answer that? I mean, certainly, I guess, I'm not sure who you're asking the question to, Councilmember Ellison.
Sure. I guess is in the spirit of equity, if it's not coming from the people who got their cars towed, is this something that we have to consider for general fund appropriation? Is this something that we have to, whatever? That's sort of the question that I'm asking. I assume I'm asking the folks who are involved in the discussion. Is that unreasonable? I didn't think so.
No, I'm just not clear who you're asking.
Okay, yeah. The committee members who maybe had an opportunity to discuss it twice.
Councilmember Chugtai or Koski, or I'm not sure.
Sure. So, Chair Koski and I have had some extensive conversations about this. It wouldn't mean that the impound lot would shut down, right? Like, that's not what we're talking about. It's not going to shut down on January 1 if we don't pass this today. The practical solution here is to move the budget and the operations of the impound lot into the general fund, which is something we can do. But it wasn't feasible for us to turn that around this year, but it is a priority for the future. So then its costs can be absorbed because, as you know, each year some departments underspend, some departments overspend, and it all kind of balances out in the end. So the flexibility to be able to do that isn't set up in this current structure where the only solution is an increase in fees, and that's something that obviously we'd want to change so that the impound lot is, and the employees who work there, we don't mess with their workplace.
Thank you very much. That does address sort of like both urgency level and the implication. Essentially, we're looking at having to subsidize the impound lot, which I'm sure a lot of us recognize defeats the purpose of the impound lot. It's a tough situation. I'm open to being a part of any discussions that point to a better solution, but recognize why this was held over, because we're essentially facing a lose-lose here. So thank you for the response, and that's all I have.
Councilmember Osman.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm asking my colleagues to vote against this because we know exactly who is this going to affect. It's going to affect poor people of color. If you go to impound lot, you see the people that are in line. And if you come to Ward 6, it's 96% or 94% renters. They don't have the luxury to park in a garage or different areas. When snowstorms happen, people got to move and they don't even know where to park sometimes. I have an example of Stephen Square when we block one side of the parking because snow emergency vehicles can go through. People were parking 20 blocks away from their house. So we're making revenue by increasing the fine for poor people, and that's not fair to all residents in Minneapolis. let's think about this. This is gonna hurt a lot of families, a lot of people that are trying to make it, and it will be a problem for some communities. Not everyone in our city will experience this fine. It will be some groups, and those groups are dense neighborhood like Ward 6. I have talked about this many times with meter over enforcement, over towing. We know what communities this fine will happen to most of the time. It's those people that live in areas of dense neighborhood in our community. So let's find a different way of increasing the revenue, but not overcharging and overfinding poor people that are trying to make it. Thank you.
Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to share with my colleagues, and I know I've been in touch with Councilmember Chuck Tai about this too, whereas, I think a legislative option to pursue, especially for next year, is to bring forward a legislative directive where we can do deeper analyses on these fees, the impacts that I've already heard from my colleagues, and even staff is aware of the inequitable impacts that this have and how those inequitable impacts are even able to be traced geographically in the city to certain wards. So I absolutely would love to work with colleagues who are interested in this, Councilmember Chuck Tai, to bring forth that legislative directive so we can get that analysis, that presentation back. And as someone who's worked pretty closely on fee structures and figuring out how that can supplement policy changes or be able to address, a lot of the consequential impacts we see, these type of fees have on our residents, more than happy to work on the legislative directive, and hopefully there will be recommendations in which we could use to amend the fee structure or amend or change overall our approaches towards impound fees. So I just wanted to offer that to my colleagues who also want to dig deeper into other legislative paths to address the justifiable and legitimate concerns that you all are raising. I also will be supporting my colleagues and not voting in favor of this today, but I at least wanted to say I'm here to work on a legislative pathway on this specific issue next year for sure.
Councilmember Goodman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate Councilmember Wansley's direction. I like the idea of working on it through a legislative directive, but I do want to point out we're not making money in the basement of City Hall. So if it's not paid for by the people who are getting their cars towed and fined, it's going to be paid for by the people who are renting housing in the city of Minneapolis. Because ultimately, it's going to be a property tax funded result. We have to have the impound lot paid for, we have to have our staff paid for, and generally speaking, this is one of many enterprise funds where the money coming in is from people who are using the service, even if they don't want to. My car can drive itself to the impound lot. It's been there so many times. I grew up in the Loring Park neighborhood, so I also had street parking, and I can count on two hands the number of times I've been to that impound lot. But ultimately, this is a fee-for-service type thing, and so we might not need to raise the fee right now, but any cost shifting is just going to shift onto property taxes. And I couldn't not say anything, noting that affordable housing has been a huge issue, and renters pay more, and so these same people are going to be paying for other people's tickets and tows. I would also note that the impound lot towing charge is less than what happens in the private market by a lot. So we have spent a lot of time trying to make sure that when someone is sadly and unfortunately towed, they pay, I think, almost $75 less than if you leave your car in someone's parking lot, you're not supposed to, and then the private sector comes and tows it. And goes to a private towing company like Cedar Towing, it's a lot more expensive. So we are not taking advantage of people who have been put in a position to have their car towed. We're actually going out of our way and have in the history of the city to make sure that it only covers our costs. But we get to the point where it doesn't cover our costs, it has to be paid for somehow, and that's unfortunately going to come out of property taxes, which is worrisome. But like I said, I do think this is one of many things that could be reviewed over time, but in the end, we're not going to be able to take the entire cost of the impound operation on within the general fund. That there's just no ability to do that financially. And I'll just remind everyone that the one-time $19 million that was just so happily paid for within the city's budget, a lot of this stuff is one-time money, and so next year's budget's going to be somewhat scary to have to go back on all of these one-time positions without that source, and then these other things that are happening. I feel like we're going to be pressured as a city to cover all of the good things that we're doing. Please keep that in mind.
Councilmember Chugtai.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to clarify. I don't think this has been anyone's intent in the discussion, but to be clear, we are not talking about removing fees for tows and daily fees at all. That's not the conversation we're having. The conversation we're having, the impound lot has a massive fund, and for whatever reason, I did not write down in front of me exactly how much their budget is in a year. But this fee increase accounts for a small deficit that they're about to run in the grand scheme of things, right? $1 million sounds like a lot, but in the grand scheme of things, it's actually not. It's actually not that much money in their budget, in the amount of money that's brought in from tows in a given year. What this is doing, or what a no vote on this item does, is it keeps us from increasing the cost of a tow. So right now, today, if your car gets towed, it costs you $138, and then you get charged $18 a day for a daily storage fee. This change would mean you get charged $165 for the tow, and then a $25 a day fee, right? So for a person who has their car towed and they're able to get their car back that same day without having to pay, or they get it back the next day, they're paying the $138 plus the $18 daily fee, so it's somewhere around in the $150 range, $156. But if with this new proposed amount, we're talking about a number that's a lot closer to $200, and the difference between $100, $150 and $200, and who has to make that change, or who has to the identity and the economic reality of people who are going to be most impacted by this. That is the type of change that is detrimental to their financial health. So that's the reason. But to be clear, we're not getting rid of towing fees and daily storage fees.
Thank you for clarifying that, Councilmember Chugtai. I'm not sure if anybody thought that was the case. This is an increase. It's clearly written there. But Councilmember Ellison.
Thank you. I was wondering, and maybe foolishly, if there's any way to sort of split the baby here in terms of saying no to the tow fee, yes to the daily fee. Is that a possibility with this? I'm assuming no, the way that it's written here, but I just thought I'd ask the question. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ellison. Is there any further discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Madam President, I'm not sure that I heard anyone move approval of this. Okay.
I guess I do need a second. Second.
So we have a motion on item number 1, I believe.
13.
13? On the Public Works agenda. And seeing no further discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Osman.
Nay.
Councilmember Payne.
Nay.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Chugtai.
No.
Councilmember Chavez.
No.
Councilmember Ellison.
No.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Nay.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Nay.
Vice President Palmisano.
Aye.
President Jenkins.
Aye.
There are 6 ayes and 7 nays.
That item fails. And that completes the committee's report. Next order of business is a report from the Audit Committee, and that will be presented by the Chair, Council Vice President Palmisano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Audit Committee forwards two fairly routine letters, and these are our biennial reports for our body-worn camera audit and our license plate reader audit, and it just shows that these reports which show no issues would be forwarded to the appropriate department within the state. I will move both of these items for approval.
My apologies. Council Vice President Palmisano has moved the Audit Committee's report. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Payne.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Vice President Palmisano.
Aye.
President Jenkins.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and that committee's report is adopted. Next, we have the introduction and referral calendar. Councilmember Wansley will be introducing and giving first reading to an ordinance amending the housing code to amend provisions related to vacant building registration, which will be referred to staff, as there are no committee meetings scheduled for the remainder of this council term. Are there any questions from my colleagues on that introduction? Are there any questions? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Payne.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Vice President Palmisano.
Aye.
President Jenkins.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and that ordinance is referred to staff. Next order of business is resolutions. We have 3 honorary resolutions that were read at the beginning of the meeting, and I will entertain any further comments from my colleagues. Any further comments regarding the resolutions from earlier today? Seeing none, Councilmember Payne.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm wondering what the appropriate time is to discuss the resolution that was added to the agenda by Councilmember Ellison.
It was
Oh, on under new business. Thank you.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Payne.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski. Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita. Councilmember Rainville. Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Vice President Palmisano.
Aye.
President Jenkins.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and just as a note, there will be a reception in the Rotunda beginning at 2:30, honoring council members Johnson and Goodman. And so under new business, we will consider the policy resolution added to the agenda by Councilmember Ellison declaring unsheltered homelessness as a public health emergency.
And are we taking up new business before unfinished business?
That's what the president just said.
Okay, got it. Happy to start us off. I think the best course of action is to maybe read the resolution. I can give a little bit of context as well. We had the budget. We had the budget hearing, and we heard a lot of testimony from folks who are concerned about unsheltered homelessness in our city, and we know that it's a big discussion, and I think that a number of us wanted to be responsive to some of the testimony that we've heard, and so this is a reflection of that response, and it's high level, and I don't think it's overly prescriptive, but it does lay out the severity and the seriousness of the problem, and so with that, I'll pass it to any of my other colleagues to give any additional sort of context, and then maybe we should go ahead and jump into reading the resolution.
Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I just want to say thank you to my colleagues for the collaborative effort to bring this forward today. Several of us was really inspired to take this course of action after visiting Camp Nenikoski yesterday and spending time with the camp caretakers, and then also, as Councilmember Ellison highlighted, in hearing, the difficult testimony that came from over 30 plus testifiers on Tuesday's public hearing. It's also not the first time that we've seen the public show up to advocate for our unhoused neighbors and rightfully, critique the administration's inhumane approach, and to also ask this body to advance something that will both get, our unhoused residents off the street and into safe and dignified housing. I know there's lots of frustrations amongst the public about these evictions, and we often hear about them in terms of, through evictions, we're moving residents from one place to another. And I do want to highlight yesterday, while visiting Camp Nenikoski, we learned that 2 evictions have been carried out in one of our colleagues' ward that was around 100 people. So in moving forward with Camp Nenikoski, we're looking at, by December 14th, well over 300 unsheltered people facing additional displacement, and knowing that the whack-a-mole approach means we're going to see smaller encampments arise all throughout the city. So I wanted to contextualize that, and the public is aware of that. And I just want to also echo a comment that was made at the public hearing where, many of our residents like marveled at the success of Camp Nenikoski for taking, 75 residents off the street and into housing within just a few months. At face value, that is an incredible accomplishment. But the fact is that organizers on the ground that are doing this work are doing so with basically no resources. And it's clear that we should be finding ways to step up to fill those needs. And I know many of my colleagues, including myself, have been working on various ways in which, we can change the city's current role in terms of what it's playing to provide a sustainable pathway to support our unhoused neighbors. And what we're currently doing is just simply not working. And I'm grateful to the folks who showed up at the public hearing, who articulated the dysfunction that we keep seeing within this approach, and really encouraging us to step forward and do things differently. I also really want to extend gratitude to some of the folks who testified who are actual service providers, who reiterated the harms of doing continuous evictions. Many of those staff talked about, every time we do evictions, it disrupts their ability to follow through on services that are already en route. How it disturbs the stability when it comes to recovery for many of our unsheltered neighbors. It's not also helpful for both housing providers and service providers and how we're doing things right now. So, I really see this resolution as a first step, of course, to do so much more. We know there's going to have to be a comprehensive approach on how we take this on, and have to do that in lockstep with our staff and our residents. But I at least want to acknowledge that this resolution helps level sets, where we can work from, and also level sets the fact that homelessness is a public health issue, and the city must use a public health lens in our approach towards solving this issue. So I really hope this can be a foundation from which the next council can move forward in their work, and I'm committed to working with every single colleague and our residents, experts in the field, on figuring out how we can prioritize changes as soon as we come back next year, because we absolutely cannot keep treating our unhoused neighbors as disposable objects.
Thank you, Madam President. I was reminded by Ward 12 residents over the last few days, as they have been following the budget hearings and following what's been going on in City Hall as we're closing out to our last meeting. And they have also been following the notice of eviction for Camp Nenekasi. And I was reminded by my constituents through calls, texts, emails, that they sent me here because I committed to finding a way to address homelessness through a humane and dignified approach, to addressing it from a public health lens, and also being committed to being a partner in reducing homelessness in our city. And I want to make it really clear, like, our point in time count is about 490 plus. That is a manageable amount for us to reduce, and we are a critical body in making sure that we're partners with our organizations, Hennepin County and the state, in reducing that number. And I believe, just based off of the results that we have seen over the last few years, that we are not rising to the occasion to meet that. However, I am optimistic, and I believe for us as a city council and with our mayor and our administration, this is a moment where we can rise to the occasion and find true collaboration to address the public health crisis before us, reduce homelessness. I am not here to paint a rosy picture of encampments. I've worked in encampments before as an organizer. I have been to community meetings as a policy aide to the Ward 9 office where people have had encampments in between their houses. We know that encampments can be very unsafe, can be an undignified place to live, but I would be remiss to say in my visit to Camp Nenekasi, again asked by Ward 12 residents to take that step, that this is a unique circumstance by the way that community members are really trying to get people to housing, to prevent overdoses, and to make sure that no one passes away from an overdose, which no one has to date, and want to be in partnership with our agencies, organizational partners, and the city to reduce the number of people who are living outside and have maintained a level of safety and public health that we haven't seen in other encampments. And what I worry about through an eviction is we will take a place that it has level set all of these things that we typically don't see in encampments in a contained area where there is also community and advocacy built, and we're going to disperse hundreds of people throughout the city, and we're going to see encampments between houses, off of the highway, in places where we will only further the public health and public safety issues for both unhoused residents within encampments and our Minneapolis residents who are housed. And so this is really about us figuring out how we can find a better way and build a solution where we're working together in the next 2 years to make a tangible difference and reduce that point in time count and figure out what our immediate goals are and what our long-term goals are and how we can get there.
Thank you, Madam President. In the last 2 years, we've had a number of conversations about the issue of unsheltered homelessness on this dais, and just wanted to name that. Like unsheltered homelessness is, when we talk about that, we're talking about people who largely are living outside. So they're experiencing homelessness in a very unique way. There is a whole spectrum of homelessness, anything from people who are like living in their car to living on a friend's couch to living in a shelter, transitional housing, living on the street, and living in an encampment. So all of those are unique spectrums, and so this is specific to those who are unsheltered. So I wanted to just clarify that. In the times that we have talked about this issue as a body, I can just speak to the last couple of years. I know it's been a really painful one, a really tense one, and has felt really difficult for everyone. And I think all of us experience the issue in different ways. Most of the time over the last couple of years, the majority of encampments have been in Ward 6 and Ward 9. I know my ward is experiencing encampments and unsheltered homelessness at a rate we've never experienced before. So want to acknowledge that this is difficult. Want to also acknowledge that we have really tremendous staff who work at our city who are doing their absolute best. Director Velasquez from Regulatory Services is sitting in the audience, and want to just name he's coming into this role. He's new as our Regulatory Services Director, relatively, and I see how much everyone is doing their best through their lens and their worldview to approach this issue and make a meaningful difference. I think it's important to name that. I think it's also, at that same time, it's okay to admit or accept that that things need to change, and the efforts that we are using, the tools that we are using right now, are falling short. So, there have been a number of legislative items that we have either attempted to pursue or have successfully pursued in the last couple of years. And as we look to this new term and these next couple of years, starting with first a declaration of unsheltered homelessness as a public emergency, feels like a really important and meaningful place to start, where we are all acknowledging with each other and with our administration that this is a public health issue. That is the lens through which we're going to approach it, and trying to move together forward from there. You will see, and you've heard other members who've spoken so far talk about Camp Ninkasi in their comments, but when we read this resolution, you will not see references to that specific camp. And so I just want to make clear that we are doing our best to be responsive to our residents. We are doing our best to shift and change our fundamental understanding and approach to this issue. And this resolution is about the council together shifting our approach and seeing unsheltered homelessness as a public health issue, much like how we have, under the leadership of Council President Jenkins and former Council Member Cunningham, shifted our approach as a city to seeing racism as a public health emergency. So, just wanted to name those things and say, I think there's a way for all of us to meaningfully address this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm just gonna repeat what I say last time when we had the public hearing, and also just really glad and happy my colleagues are bringing forward with this public health approach resolution. I'm going to say again, we cannot ignore encampments. We have a real crisis here, and I don't see anybody. Let me say that again. We're here trying to find a solution together. Where my colleagues are doing, what we're doing together, is finding a solution. Yesterday, there was 100 people that were evicted. And in less than 7 days, there will be another close to 100 people that will be evicted. Where do we expect those people to go? We're talking about keeping our community safe. That's not going to bring any safe to Ward 6 residents. They will be scattered everywhere. Businesses will be struggling to handle that. People will be not just harm themselves, sleeping under the bridges, but also my community. The kids will not be able to take the bus because there will be, encampments right by their stop sign. There will be dozens of encampments. I'm not advocating to keep an encampment, and I have said that before, but I'm advocating trying to face the reality is that we cannot get away by just continue evicting them. We gotta have a solution. I talked about Safe Sleeping Site program. I look into the San Diego has created this program where they have program partner with nonprofit organizations that have safe sleeping sites. Imagine having someone who's sleeping under the bridge. Police officer can say, hey, here's the location you need to go. They will be able to have a dignity and humane way. They will have restrooms. They'll have meals. They will have security. They'll have some kind of housing navigation and so on. That might be a solution to tackling some of the issue, the real crisis we have in here. But I know the city are not planning next 7 days to have 200, 300 people all over the city. What's next? You're gonna have another more work to do, another harm to the community, another harm to the folks that live there. We gotta think outside the box. We gotta be a creative way, ask help for the state, ask help for the county, and just find a solution. We're not saying incumbents are good, incumbents are the way to go. They're not. I have seen having a large incumbent, the health and safety issue it creates in my community. People lost their lives. Babies lost their lives. There was a time, see the Riverside of a House of Balls, that we had 2 people that died, and the governor finally stepped in to do something about that. As a city, as a leaders, we gotta take that approach. So please, let's just figure out a way to help these folks here. And we're not gonna get away by continuing to evicting them. It will create more problems. There will be more encampments in Ward 6. So I just wanted to highlight that, and let's see this as public health approach. Let's see this as a crisis that we're facing, and let's all of us come together and really find something that is solution. Because the way we're heading to right now, and the news that's coming out that there will be more this encampment. Kasi will be evicted in less than 7 days. There will be another 200 people scattered everywhere, and that will create more unhealthy and unsafe to the residents of City of Minneapolis and the folks that are struggling with homelessness. Thank you.
Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you, Madam President. I will be voting for this today. Hats off to my colleagues for putting this on the radar. But I'd also ask you that over this break, think through how when we reorganize ourselves, that we have some mechanism to focus like a laser on the fact that we're not a social service provider, that it's the county, it's the state, whether it's services or housing. And I would ask Councilmember Payne to maybe speak to a little bit to this. You're much more articulate to me, that we get the problem and we have to solve the problem as a city, but we don't have the resources. So just think through this, and again, when we organize ourselves, how the heck do we put this in a spotlight and just have this as a top priority? And again, I would take my remaining time, Councilmember Payne, if you could elaborate.
Sure, I can jump in. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Councilmember Rainville. I had a really great conversation with the mayor yesterday, and it was under the auspices of Director Anderson Kelleher, now to be COO Anderson Kelleher, and we were just talking about how this new government structure really put up this barrier where it was kind of like council versus the mayor. And I was just reiterating to him that he should be really looking to us as a resource so that this isn't exclusively on his shoulders. We can come together and think through this. We actually all have relationships across all these different layers of government. Some of us are closer to some of our legislators than others. Some of us are closer to some of our county leaders than others. But I think that through all 13 of us plus the mayor combined, we can actually work much more closely together to really get at the root of what this is. And I think that it is going to take all of those jurisdictions coming together and working through this and coordinating across this challenge, let alone all the community partners, let alone all of the community volunteers that exist within this space. And I think one of the things that I've witnessed over my first 2 years in office, especially around the encampments, is each one has a different dynamic. Each person living in the encampment has a different context and a different experience. And I think one of the challenges that we've had as a government, as multiple governments, is treating it all like one problem, and therefore lumping everybody into either a mental health crisis or a substance use disorder crisis. And there's this whole spectrum of life experiences that are leading folks to some of these encampments. A lot of it just being the market failure of housing just being too expensive. That's the area where the mayor's really been trying to lead in building new housing and kind of trying to meet that supply-demand curve. That takes time, and it takes a lot of private resources, right, in the development world to build this housing. Meanwhile, we still have these folks out there on the street, and I think there's something in between, you know, doing nothing or sweeping. There's something in between that would look like bringing more resources to the people on the ground that already have those personal relationships. And I think Camp Ninikase has been really, really transformational as it relates to our history of encampments in recent time, in that there is so much dedicated community investment. There's so much dedicated volunteer work. There's really transformational things happening there. And I think there's a misunderstanding in our community that we want encampments. I don't think anybody on this dais wants encampments. I think there's consensus that we don't believe that living outside is a dignified way to live. The reality is that there is nowhere else. And until we find that other else, let's try to identify the encampments that are leading organically. And can we build on some of the successes that they have? Can we help bring in resources in the areas where they're not having success? And I think there's some opportunities to work together to find what that path might look like, both in the short and medium and long term. And I really want to thank all my colleagues and Councilmember Osman, because there's a companion letter with this resolution shared with the mayor that's really in the spirit of let's all work together. This is not going to be solved exclusively by the mayor. It's not going to be solved exclusively by Councilmember Osman and his ward. This is a challenge that we all have to bear, not just as a body, not just as a government, but as a society, and we are the tip of the spear. We are the first place where that failure is being felt, and we're feeling that failure on the streets. Our community is feeling that failure, and I think that if we can shift our mindset to this is our collective responsibility, and we can work together, we'll at least start that process of getting the resources where they need to be and getting these folks housed long term. But we can't get there until we all agree to work together. And I hope that's what this resolution does, and I hope that's what the mayor, the letter to the mayor does as well. And thank you for calling me out.
Councilmember Ellison.
We're at the point of violent agreement, and so I'm going to keep my statement really short and just say, you know, I think that there has been our approach so far as a city has been a regulatory approach, and I think that is what I want to clarify with that is staff is doing what they've been asked to do, and I want this conversation that we're having to be a reflection of the ways in which we as elected leaders are talking about how we might change our approach. There is no critique or finger wagging at staff to be had here. I think that's really important to say, because I know that our staff, however imperfectly approach, are doing their best to execute their job as professionally as possible. I think that where there's disagreement, where there's error, it's at the policy level, and so I want to make sure that staff who have put the work in so far are thanked to the extent that they need to be thanked, because I know that this is really hard work, and an acknowledgement that if staff's been set up to fail or gone in the wrong direction with an approach, that's a policy decision. That's a place that the council and the mayor need to discuss and talk about how we change that approach. And so I wanted to make sure that was stated, because I know that often it can feel, these conversations can sometimes land at staff's feet like we're bashing them for doing the job that that the mayor told them to do in this approach. I'm glad that we're excited to move forward in collaboration. You know, this resolution in and of itself is not gonna is not going to, sort of prevent a clearing. It's not, I want to make sure that the public isn't misled in that. But what it is going to do is it is drawing a line in the sand and saying that the city council recognizes that we need to rectify the policy direction that we've gone down, and that we are inviting the mayor and his administration to have that conversation with us and make sure that we create solutions that work for all of our residents, and you're hearing that pain, and you're hearing that plea for support, better support from folks like Councilmember Osmond, and thank you for your leadership and your words. I'll leave it at that. I'm excited to move forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Vital.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you so much, Councilmember Ellison, for those thoughtful words. I can't agree more that, for me, it's not about what staff has done, because they're only doing what they're asked to do, and it's our job to create policy. I do appreciate my colleagues acknowledging the public health approach, but I would also encourage us to look at it, not only the people who live in the encampments, that's a public health problem, but the people in these communities also that the encampments are in. Lots of times they feel like their voices are not being heard, and so I want us to make sure that we center those voices like we are for the people in the encampments. I think there's no question that we want to do something to help folks, have stable housing and all the things that they need. But we have to work together on this, understanding that we may have different approaches to this, or we may have different beliefs in what should happen, and work that through. I don't want this resolution to, there's some strong language in this resolution for me. Councilmember Ellison called this morning and said, please read through this. It's really important that you read through this for me, and I did it. And there's some things that I don't agree with, but there's some things I do agree with, so I'm gonna support it, Councilmember Ellison. But you're welcome. But I will just encourage colleagues that, moving forward, the work that we do, that we don't target staff in that work, because they're doing their best. It's harder for them to go and do these sweeps than it is, I think, people realize. And so I would really appreciate, if we had more support for the people that we're asking to do this work, and for the people in these communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And my computer went off, but I believe Councilmember Wansley is in queue.
Thank you, Madam President. I actually wanted to take the opportunity to read alongside with my colleagues who worked on bringing this forward, actually read what's in the resolution so the public can also hear the thoughtfulness and intentionality and research that went into putting this resolution together. And then I'll ask my colleagues to chime in. So declaring unsheltered homelessness as a public health emergency, whereas the city of Minneapolis mission states that our city government takes strategic action to address climate change, dismantle institutional injustice, and close disparities in health, housing, public safety, and economic opportunities. In partnership with residents, city leaders, help to ensure all communities thrive in a safe and healthy city. And whereas unsheltered residents in the city of Minneapolis experience adverse health impacts, systemically struggle to secure stable housing, food access, and health services, and experience conditions that jeopardize their safety and well-being. And whereas unsheltered residents are disproportionately Black, Indigenous, LGBTQ+, and youth. And I will encourage the rest of my council members, Councilmember Osmond, if you can continue with the next three.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. And whereas Hennepin County conduct point of time and count each year to identify the number of unhoused individuals in the county, including those living in shelters, on the street, or in other outdoor locations. As of January 2023, 2,843 people were living in shelters or transitional housing programs, and 469 people were experiencing unsheltered homelessness. And whereas in November 2021, Hennepin County published the Disparity Reduction Vision and Priority Report, which found that 58% of the people experiencing homelessness are Black and 11% are Indigenous. Less than 15% of the county population is Black and less than 2% are Indigenous. And whereas, according to the Trevor Project, a nationally renowned suicide prevention and crisis intervention nonprofit organization for LGBTQ+ and young people, 28% of LGBT+ youth reported experiencing homelessness or housing instability at some point in their life.
And whereas the Trevor Project reported that nearly half, 44%, of Indigenous LGBTQ+ youth have experienced homelessness or housing instability at some point in their life, homelessness and housing instability reported at higher rates among transgender and non-binary youth. And whereas the Minnesota Department of Health's Minnesota Homes Mortality Report 2017 to 2021 found that the rate of death among people experiencing homelessness in Minnesota is 3 times higher than the general population. Indigenous people experiencing homelessness have a mortality rate that is 1.5 times higher than people experiencing homelessness overall, and 5 times higher than the general population in Minnesota. And whereas the causes of death for people experiencing homelessness include substance use, 36.7%, chronic diseases like heart disease, diabetes, kidney disease, cancer, and more, 36.1%, external causes like suicide, homicide, pedestrian injury, and more, 15%, and infectious diseases, 5.1%, and
whereas, according to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's Understanding Encampments of People Experiencing Homelessness and Community Responses report, quote, researchers generally agree that increases in homelessness are first and foremost the result of severe shortages of affordable housing, combined with a lack of political will to dedicate sufficient resources to address this problem. Encampments form in response to the absence of other desirable options for shelter. And whereas the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's Understanding Encampments of People Experiencing Homelessness and Community Responses reports finds that, quote, clearance with little or no support may actually reduce the likelihood that people will seek shelter because it erodes trust and creates an adversarial relationship between people experiencing homelessness and law enforcement or outreach workers. And whereas the lack of running water and basic hygiene put residents living in encampments at a higher risk of contracting preventable diseases, including hepatitis A, typhus, tuberculosis, influenza, pneumonia, diphtheria, and more. And
whereas hepatitis A is a highly contagious liver infection which is considered very rare among the general population because it is a preventable disease by vaccine. Hepatitis A primarily spreads through contact with infected feces, and a lack of temporary bathroom access puts those living in encampments at high risk of contracting this disease. And whereas, because the City of Minneapolis is not a direct service provider, it has faced continued challenges in its efforts to partner to effectively reduce homelessness, humanely support unsheltered residents, and prevent the formation of encampments in our city through its current regulatory policies and practices, especially since the formation and the closure of the Wall of Forgotten Natives in 2018, as well as the start of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. And whereas through the City of Minneapolis, though the City of Minneapolis is not a direct service provider, its work continues to revolve around connected unsheltered residents to services and resources provided by Hennepin County and community partners.
Whereas the City of Minneapolis has demonstrated the need for a public health response through the deployment of the Homeless Response Team to encampments across Minneapolis to coordinate the Hennepin County and other services providers in supporting unsheltered residents. And whereas the coordination and partnership with direct service providers is crucial to humanely support unsheltered residents with dignity and respect to address urgent and potentially fatal public health issues.
And whereas, And whereas, in order to assist in fulfilling the city's of Minneapolis' stated mission, the Minneapolis City Council is committed to work in partnership with residents, governmental agencies, and community partners to enable unsheltered residents to thrive in a safe and healthy city. And whereas the city of Minneapolis is committed to being an effective partner in reducing homelessness, preventing the formation of encampments, and addressing urgent and potentially fatal public health concerns in regard to unsheltered homelessness.
Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Minneapolis that unsheltered homelessness is a public health emergency. Be it further resolved that the Minneapolis City Council, by declaring unsheltered homelessness as a public health emergency, is committed to exploring all policies, actions, partnerships, and investments to urgently and meaningfully address this emergency alongside the Mayor of Minneapolis and the City of Minneapolis workers and leaders.
All right. Is there any further discussion? I did put myself in queue, and I 100% will be supporting this resolution declaring unsheltered homelessness as a public health emergency. Though reading through the resolution, which I only received on the dais this morning, it clearly identifies racism as a problem. It clearly cites that substance abuse is one of the predominant causes of this unsheltered homelessness. It makes mention of the Wall of Forgotten Natives, and, I recall the painful conversations that we had in 2018 with Councilmember Ellison and Councilmember Goodman and other colleagues that were here at the time when we built a navigation center to Councilmember Osmond's point of having a place for people to sleep and store their goods and et cetera. Like that happened, Councilmember Osmond. And we cannot find service providers that are willing to run these facilities anymore because of the challenges that were being faced in those scenarios. We subsequently partnered with Avivo Village to create tiny homes, and we've committed more funding to be able to do that. Unsheltered homelessness is a national crisis. It is. And there are many, many factors that are going into play. I am committed to and willing to work with each and every one of you on this council to try and overcome these pernicious challenges that are brought forth, as I stated, by racism, by substance abuse, by untreated mental health challenges that our federal government decided to abandon over 50 years ago, as well as capitalism and a lack of affordable housing. So housing is a human right. We are working to develop affordable housing. As Councilmember Payne stated, it takes time. It does, and it's also going to take education. I'm not sure if, I was just at a conference with other political leaders from around the country, and I heard a story of a person who was provided housing first model, And they went back to check on the person. 3 weeks later, the person had moved out of their apartment because they said they felt lonely and they wanted to be with their friends in the encampment. So it's going to take a lot of education and support to help people to be able to manage a housing first policy. So with that stated, there is a lot of work for us to do. This resolution declaring unsheltered homelessness as a public health emergency will give us impotence to move forward, to work with our partners at the county, at the state. And it really strikes me as interesting that HUD has made these declarations, and yet they are the entity responsible for creating housing, which is in their title. And so we got a lot of work to do, and I look forward to working with you all to get this work done. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Payne.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Vitaw.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Vice President Palmisano.
Aye.
President Jenkins.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and that resolution is adopted. Lastly, we have unfinished business. We have one item that was continued from the last meeting under unfinished business today. The off-sale liquor license for TXT Wine and Spirits, and I will call on the Biz Committee Chair, Councilmember Goodman, for an update.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The action today would be to continue this into the next cycle. So it sounds like Mr. Carl would like us, you can't really return a license to author. So I would be, thank you so much, sir, to refer to staff. And I just want to note that I very much support this direction and respect the work of Councilmember Ellison.
Thank you, Councilmember Goodman. Councilmember Ellison.
That's all I was going to say. Thank you, Councilmember Goodman, and happy to answer questions, but I've got a path forward, so yeah, happy to also not.
So, just so for clarity's sake, we are returning this item to staff.
And then staff should have the ability to bring this item before us again whenever the first meeting of the new council is.
Thank you for that clarification. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Payne.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Vitaw.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Vice President Palmisano.
Aye.
President Jenkins.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
Thank you. That carries, and that item will be referred to staff and will come before us in the new term. Colleagues, I'm going to just exercise.
Madam President, I believe Councilmember Ellison is in queue for an item we've already voted on.
Oh, I thought it was crossed out. My apologies. Councilmember Ellison.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to propose an idea that we reconsider item 13 on the Public Works and Infrastructure report. It's a complicated item. It's the item that we discussed around the updates to the parking and mobility service fee and rate schedule. I don't know that this body is ready to take up an affirmative vote today, but I believe the item we just took would kill this fee schedule entirely. And I would like to make a motion to reconsider if we have to vote on that, and then once reconsidered, I would make a motion for us to refer to staff similarly as we just did for this item to come back to the new council as soon as staff thinks is permissible. I think the first meeting in January would be appropriate. But that way we can have the kinds of discussion that the council is looking to have. We can preserve the possibility of these rates being increased and not, I think inadvertently create $1 million hole in our budget right out the gate. So, I don't know how colleagues will want to proceed once we get to that item, but I do know that there was a lot of discussion around a legislative directive, around some further analysis of different things we could do to make sure that these fees are more equitable. None of those things are prepared today, and so I think without those things we cannot vote on them. But I think making a motion to reconsider and then making a motion to refer this to staff to be brought forward at the earliest that they deem appropriate next term is what I'm interested in doing. And if all of that is well within the rules, and it looks like they are, yes, that's the direction I'm proposing.
Thank you, Councilmember Ellison. And so I'm not clear who can bring forward a motion to reconsider.
Second, the motion to reconsider.
Madam President, anyone who voted with the majority,
With
that
the majority,
Carrie and
thank
Mr.
you.
Ellison was with the majority.
Yes. We have a motion to reconsider item number 13 on the Public Works Committee report, which was properly seconded. And so on the motion to reconsider, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Payne.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Vice President Palmisano.
Aye.
President Jenkins.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and I will recognize Councilmember Ellison.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to refer this item to staff to be brought back at their earliest convenience. I suggested the first meeting of the new council, but I will give staff that discretion. But I'm certainly making the motion to refer this back to staff.
Second.
Seeing no further discussion,
Oh, no,
clerk,
I'm in.
please call the roll.
I'm in the queue.
Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say I'll be supporting this motion and just want to echo what I shared earlier. More than happy to work with my colleagues, specifically Councilmember Chugtai and others, on that legislative directive that we can collaborate with staff on to really figure out and thinking of maybe the fee structure for 2026, how we could be cognizant of some of the inequitable impacts that our impound fees are rendering for certain populations in our communities and our wards. So I just wanted to emphasize, look forward to taking those next steps as we, reconsider this item early next year.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Payne.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Vice President Palmisano.
Aye.
President Jenkins.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and that item number 13 on the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee report will be returned to staff. Colleagues, as this is our last council meeting of this bifurcated two-year term, I just wanted to take a moment to express my thanks for the honor of being the president of this body. I'm grateful for the trust that you have placed in me to lead this body. It has been exhausting, particularly today, but throughout the entire term, And we have done some incredibly, I think, potentially transformative work, certainly progressive work on this body. And I think it all is in the spirit of moving Minneapolis forward. I really want to express my sincere gratitude to the Vice President of this council, Councilmember Palmisano. The leadership of a city is a team effort, and you have been a tremendous team member. So thank you so much. Next, I just want to give a shout out to my staff as staff of the Office of the President. There is an extra amount of responsibility. The meeting schedules are sometimes double that of many of the other council members, and typically they are working to schedule time with other elected leaders, and that is a really significant challenge. So I want to shout out Diva Sadar, who is currently on my team, Zoe Bougeret, who was formerly on my team and is now employed with NAO Partners, doing amazing community work in that regard. A big shout out to my temporary staff that have been in my office supporting myself as well as Ward 8. Debbie, thank you so much. And to all of the council staff that have been really making sure that we are able to sit here on this dais with policy support, with constituent support, and be able to be the best versions of ourselves. So thanks to all of you as well. I want to thank the clerks, the city auditors, the analysts, to everyone who is a part of this new legislative department. We're so fortunate to have an incredible team of dedicated public servants who help us do our work so effortlessly every day. And an extra shout out to the clerks who really make these meetings run. Thank you all so much. It's really a joy to work with such professional staff. I want to give a shout out, that deserves a round of applause, from my colleagues who actually benefit from their professionalism. Thank you, guys. I also just want to give a shout out to Mayor Fry and the administration governing the largest city in this state and one of the major cities in this nation. The unfortunate events that happened in wards 8 and 9 have brought the nation's attention to the city of Minneapolis in ways that we are not always proud of. I see some of my folks from George Floyd Square out in the lobby, and I want to just give a big shout out to you guys, the Agape movement, for the work that you guys have done in George Floyd Square to try to help move the city forward. The council is supposed to be a partner with the mayor, to work in collaboration to meet the needs and the priorities of this committee. That's what the voters told us they wanted in this new government structure. And we've worked this term to find ways towards shared agreements, effective working relationships. We're not always perfectly aligned, but we are always working together. which is what we're supposed to do. Our department leaders are essential to achieving any priority, policy, or program that we envision. They are the subject matter experts. They lead our workforce in delivering city services. They show up each and every day to give their very best for us and for the people of our community. For myself and on behalf of this body, I want to recognize their devotion to this community, their service to our constituents, and their incredible contributions that they make to Minneapolis, to make it the special place that we all love. Thank you, staff. Thank you so much. And finally, I want to thank my Ward 8 constituents. It's been my honor to represent you on this body and to work on your behalf. Thank you for the honor of serving for 6 years and to be a part of this body for the next 2 years as your representative. Thank you so much. And I will just recognize any of my colleagues who might want to make some announcements and or comments as well. Councilmember Vital.
Thank you, Madam President. I just first wanted to say sometimes in this job you learn what not to mess up, and I messed up and didn't call the clerks out for a thank you in my final committee meeting. So thank you, clerks, for putting in work. Thank you, Ken. Specifically, he found me in the hallway and let me know that I didn't thank the clerks. So thank you to the clerks. They do a great job to make sure that these meetings run as smoothly as possible. I also wanted to thank the President and Vice President for your leadership in my first term. I don't think I could have done it without you too. So thank you so much for your mentorship, for the time you've invested in what I need for Ward 4 and for the North Side as a whole. It is much appreciated. And then I want to also invite my colleagues on Monday at the Convention Center, there's gonna be the 3,000 Acts of Kindness event, and it's for our unsheltered community. It's a day of just pampering, and there's going to be, I think, like 50 social service agencies there for them. There's going to be haircuts, and they'll have boots for them, and foot care, and coats and hats and gloves and all the things. So I would really encourage my colleagues to come and spend some time over at the Convention Center. It's from 9 to 3, Monday, December 11th. And then finally, you know, I didn't think about how much your personal life is guided in this work. And so I've experienced some big losses in my life serving these last 2 years on the council. I lost my aunt, who is more like a sister to me. And I lost Jim Brock, who is Betsy Brock, my aide's father, who was super proud of us for being down at City Hall. He just loved the idea of it. So I just want to close out the year and the first term in memory of both of them. My auntie, Brenda K. Vital, taught me the importance of having a sense of humor. She never took anything serious, like literally nothing serious. The hardest thing at her funeral was being sad, because she was never, ever sad. Never sad. She always made a joke, even the worst jokes in the world. Like during the worst time, she could find a way to make us all laugh. I like to refer to her as the person who created emojis before they were a thing. When we were kids, she got sent away for a little time, and she would write us letters, and instead of writing all the words, she would draw some of the words out in her letters. She was wonderful. She was a good big sister / auntie. I'm gonna miss her. She was super proud. She loved it. She would wear my t-shirts and take pictures and show everyone and post her TikTok videos. So I just want to to close the year out in memory of my auntie Brenda and Jim Brock. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Madam President, to the council. I don't want to abuse the privilege of sitting at the dais, but Peggy Menchek, who has been a member of the clerk's office, is retiring this year after 25 years of service to the city. So I wanted to take a moment to recognize her. Peggy began her employment with the city as a clerk stenographer in our inspections department after graduating from Regina High School. And as part of that work, she clerked for the city's Board of Adjustment. She worked here for 5 years before she left to go work in the private sector. But she rejoined the city in April of 2004 as a legislative clerk in the Office of City Clerk, where she's worked ever since. She retires at the end of this year. During her service in the clerk's office, Peggy continued her professional development. She was credentialed first as a certified municipal clerk and later as a master municipal clerk by the International Institute of Municipal Clerks, a worldwide association that serves municipal clerks in all nations. And I'll note she's the only clerk in our office to achieve the status of master clerk, which is why many of us in the clerk's office refer to her both with great honor but also a little bit of jealousy, I think, as Master Menchek. As a clerk, Peggy supported the council's former Claims Committee, the Elections, the Rules, and the Taxes Committees, the former Public Health, Environment, Civil Rights, and Engagement Committee, and for 20 years, she was the clerk for the Public Works Committee. She also staffed the Charter Commission for 9 years, from 2006 to 2015, and was instrumental in their work to complete its first redistricting in 2012 and the enactment of the plain language revision of the Charter in 2013. She also has staffed the city's Ethical Practices Board for 4 years. During her career in the clerk's office, Peggy served with a total of 36 different council members and 3 different city clerks. I was going to try to calculate the total number of meetings and hearings that she has survived, but that would require better math skills than I possess. I'm sure we all can agree it's likely very many. And like all other clerks with whom she has worked over the years, Peggy prefers not to seek out the limelight and refused my demands to show up in person here to receive well-deserved accolades for her many, many years of service. She retires to spend more time with her husband, Daryl, also a former city employee, as well as her family, including her children and her many grandchildren, who are the focus of her life and the source of pride and joy. She loves to bike and hike the trails throughout the state, and she attends concerts, especially her favorite band, the Jayhawks. And on behalf of her colleagues over many years, we wish her the very best in her next adventures during a very well-earned retirement. Congratulations, Peggy. We'll miss you definitely in the clerk's office, but wish you the very best. Thank you to the council.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And thank you, Ms. Menchek, for your service to the city of Minneapolis. It's deeply, deeply appreciated. Any other announcements? With that, we have completed our business today. And with nothing further to come before this council, let me just look around here. And without objection, this meeting is adjourned. I do want to wish everyone a joyful holiday season and extend my best wishes and for a happy, healthy, prosperous new year for the entire city of Minneapolis.